under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
I should have known there was someone else. Down below, I always kept it to myself. I believe in nothing but the pain, and I can't see this turning out right. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight. I could never go with no one else. The hurt don't show, but who knows, time might tell. I believe in nothing but the pain, and I can't see you out of my mind. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight. Forever be sad and lonely, forever be never the same. I close my eyes, wait for the sign. Am I just waiting in vain? I believe in love and disaster. Sometimes the two are just the same. I'm beginning to see what's left of me will have to leave just to survive. Oh, I'll be sleeping by myself. Oh, I'll be sleeping by myself. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We are live now on a Monday. Great music there from Rockstar leading us into another week. We approach week 5 of the college football season with another coach getting fired in Power 5 football. Jeff Collins is out, and Georgia Tech is looking. We'll talk about that search. Everyone seems to be promoting Deion Sanders for that job in the ATL. I don't know if that's the kind of job Deion would take with the academic restrictions that Georgia Tech has, but we'll see. We'll talk about that later on. An amazing day in the NFL, including Browns Dolphins now 3-0 with a win over the Buffalo Bills, who is considered to be, and still probably are, the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Fun day in the NFL. We'll get to that, but we always start with college football. We always start here in the SEC, and one of the bigger storylines is what went on down at Auburn with the Tigers of Auburn beating the Tigers of Missouri 17-14 in overtime. I don't know if I've ever seen an ending like that, ever.
I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, where you had a chippy field goal from the thicker kicker, as he was being called on the broadcast, who refused to take any warm-up kicks, any warm-up swings. He just right off the bench, take a game-winning kick, pushes it right, and then you go to overtime. It looks like you're about to win the game. And the kid drops the ball going into the end zone. Auburn wins the game. Auburn's 1-0 in the SEC. They're 3-1 overall. But as Justin Hoganson writes at Auburn Live, it sure doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it doesn't. It felt like a loss. And look, you'll take a win however you can get it. But yeah, from the Mevis missed 22-yard field goal to then Carlson missing another field goal, but you're offsides for the second time in that situation, allowing him to then make the field goal. And then Nate Pete's going in for what is an easy touchdown.
Yeah.
And he just decides to switch hands and just drops the ball.
Drops the football. Switch hands to the field hand, which is weird. I mean, you're always told, right? Keep it on the sideline. Yeah, so I don't know what he was. I don't know if he thought he was going to have to reach and he wanted to have
his power hand. I'm a right-handed guy. I'd want to be reaching with my right hand, maybe.
Because I don't think he was going to have to reach. I think he was going to walk in.
I am telling you, man, that place, and Alabama fans have always laughed about the voodoo that happens in Jordan-Hare, and it's basically a pet cemetery, Indian burial ground.
Indian burial ground is what I think a lot of Alabama fans do.
But crazy things happen.
It really does.
You go back to the prayer at Jordan-Hare, which lost me so much money, and that just doesn't happen. I mean, 99 out of 100 times that ball's either intercepted or batted down. Yeah. Then the kick six.
It's just wild things happen there, yeah.
Yeah, who was it, Bulibus, that hit one straight off the upright?
Bong!
All the missed kicks and everything that happens.
It's a wild stadium.
So let's get some reaction. First, and I brought this up on our weekend postgame show immediately after our emergency news conference. Right after the Missouri loss to Auburn, with Eli Drinkwitz, who just got so conservative and played for his field goal kicker to miss a 26-yarder. He gets asked afterwards because of the visiting media set up down in Auburn. You can't hear the question, so we cut right to the answer. But basically the question is, do you regret playing for the field goal and not being more aggressive and trying to run it into the end zone? Here's Eli Drinkwitz after the loss.
Nope. No, I would do that again. Ball's on the 8-yard line, dead middle, and you get a chance to end the game on your last play. Before half, they moved the ball right down the field and gave themselves a chance for a field goal, plus they had 2 timeouts. So we wanted to take their timeouts and end the game. It took them so close, and to lose, it's heartbreaking. And it's tough, but this is going to be a resilient team. It's going to be a resilient team. They'll come back. That's my job. Get them back.
If I watched that game, if you just drop me out of a spaceship and I know nothing about the state of college football, and you say, I want you to watch this game and tell me which coach should be fired, that's the guy I would have said at the end of the game, I'd fire that guy in a heartbeat.
Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah, Eli Drinkwitz. I mean, everybody's focusing on Brian Harsin getting a reprieve because Auburn got the win there. But if I watched that game, I would have said, to me, the worst coach team is the road team. If I'm just watching that game without any other knowledge, I say the word.
You guys, we disagreed on the post game.
Yes.
I agree with Drinkwitz. I mean, Harrison Mevis is a guy that's been kicking there for a couple of years. It's a 22-yard field goal.
It's a college kicker. You never trust college kickers, so you absolutely have to.
Nate Pete fumbled. So my point is you could fumble. There's so many things that can go wrong in that situation.
You absolutely can.
But I think we forget, because everyone is so good at it, that you have to have a good snap. The holder has to catch it.
Okay, they had both of those.
You don't kick the seams. You don't get it blocked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not automatic.
It's college kickers.
He played it like it was automatic.
Okay,
and it is in the NFL. I agree, in the NFL, that's how you play it.
But that's an extra point, right? You'll give me that.
Yeah, virtual extra
people
point.
miss extra points all the time.
It should not be missed.
Okay,
You're right. You're
Mevis
exactly
was
right.
13 of 13 on extra points.
Yeah.
He was 5 of 7 on field goals before that.
He's also a college kicker.
Now, look, I think he should personally lose a scholarship. Somebody got on my ass for saying that yesterday. But my point is, his coach is making $4.5 million a year. That kick can make him lose his job.
Yeah, he'll get a buyout, and you as a head coach, you've got to be able to say, okay, we've got. I think it was first down, and then he went in.
The play that got reviewed along the sideline. So you got first and goal.
You got first and goal. What hurts? What does it hurt running the ball off tackle? I'm not saying you do a reverse pass into the end zone and try and throw one up for a grabs, or even a fade, which can be underthrown and picked off. I'm saying you run it off tackle. I mean, my goodness.
I think you have a better chance at a quarterback center fumble, a miss exchange from Brady Cook than a missed 22-yard field goal.
26, but yes. The 4 yards became different.
I thought it was 22. Was it 26?
I thought it was 26. I think that last 4 yards became very important as it was pushing to the right. It may have been 22.
No, I think it was 22.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the odds I don't know how the odds would fall out on that one. All I know is I watch a lot of college football. You do too, Lance. Do you ever feel confident with a college kicker? Ever?
At 22, I do. But
what about at 26?
Can I get you at 30?
I don't ever feel comfortable.
It was 26, by the way.
I don't ever feel comfortable with college kickers. I don't care how good their reputation is. And so then that gets us back to the Auburn decision to go for the 4th down.
Oh, okay. Let's hold a little here. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Greystone Chiropractic. If your neck or back's out of joint because of the way your team played this weekend, Greystone Chiropractic can make it happen.
You think Ken Dorsey needs their help today?
Oh, my goodness.
GreystoneChiropractor.com, 205-981-8090 to make an appointment with Dr. Lee, big Dolphins fan. So, I mean, he's going to be in a great mood. 205-981-8090, Greystone Chiropractic. They've got the Element Wellness Center there, too, that delivers things like IV vitamin therapy. If you got a lack of energy, frequent illness, not looking your best, their IVs help increase energy, enhance immune response, and reduce the signs of aging. It's a perfect response to that. They've also got cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that at Element Wellness. You can see it all at GreystoneChiropractor.com. Just off 280, 119 Tattersall Park. It's Greystone Chiropractic.
Stuart Mandel of The Athletic writes a blurb in his weekend recap. There was a moment I thought Brian Harsin was ready to be fired, that he wanted to be fired, when it was 4th and 1, and with a Carlson as a kicker, he bypasses a chance to kick what could be the game-winning field goal and goes for it on 4th and 1. And then Tank Bigsby doesn't come close to getting the first down. Mandel thought maybe that was Harsin actually wanting to be fired. Give me the buyout. Let me get out of town. It was an interesting decision, but as we watch Carlson kick in overtime and a couple of other times throughout the game, he has not been consistent coming off of that knee surgery in the offseason. I don't know if he's not healthy, if he's lost his confidence or what. He has not been consistent. Did you think he should have tried that field goal there, or should he have gone for it on 4th and 1?
He should have gone for it. I know you guys are going to disagree with me, but that would have been a 48-yard field goal. You just said anything can happen with a college kicker.
It can. Now, listen to what I was saying, though. You don't trust a college kicker. Do you have to? And in that situation, I felt like you'd gotten to the point where now I have to trust the college kicker.
There's 1:37 left. You get that first down, and it wasn't really 4th and 1. It was 4th and more like a foot.
It was.
The play call was bad. Auburn was a perfect 3 for 3 on those situations this year going into that. I put Robbie Ashford under center, and you get the push.
I would prefer to have seen that play, I agree with you, than the play they ran. The play they ran had not worked for basically 3/4 of football. I mean, After the first drive.
Your point being that Auburn could not run the football at will. Even with Tank Bixby, he had 46 yards of rushing.
Well, they could on the first drive until Missouri was like, okay, well, we're playing a service academy today. We're just going to stop the run all day and make them beat us with the pass, and they can't do it. And they were right about that. So from that point on, the run, Auburn could not run it at will. And to run that play, you got to be able to pretty much think you can run it well.
Again, didn't like the play call.
Yeah.
Look, I would be 0 for 2 on coaching decisions. You guys would be 2-0.
I don't know.
I feel like my personnel should be able to execute this, the 26-yard field goal from Mevis. And then I think, again, a different play call where you get a little push. I mean, if you get whoever is in the backfield behind Robbie Ashford to get 6 inches to a foot, there's no reason that Auburn shouldn't be able to do that.
I want to set up Brian Hartson here. I think we hear the question on this one, right, Forrester? Yeah, we got the question, so no need to set up. Brian Hartson, after a 17-14 win where Missouri had a couple of opportunities to win the game. That's the best way you can say it. Not that Missouri gave it to them, but they had a couple opportunities to get the win, and they didn't capitalize. Auburn ends up capitalizing by falling on that fumble in overtime after making a field goal. They win at 17-14. Brian Hartson gets asked this after the game.
We talk about it, and you guys know this too. There's a lot of noise around every game, right? And that's just something you got to deal with every week. Either if you lost, it wasn't good enough. And if you won, maybe sometimes it's not good enough, right? There's just a lot of things that go into it. And I think our biggest challenge is keeping our guys focused on what happens in our facility and the things that we know that are going to help us be successful. And that really is. That's our biggest challenge every single week. Win or lose, right? You can't get too high, you can't get too low. You got to flush the games, you got to learn from things you did. And we won this game, plenty to learn from, and then tomorrow night we got to flush this. We got to move on to LSU.
Speaking of moving on to LSU, they are underdogs at home by almost a touchdown. I think it opened at 6.
That's where I saw it, yeah.
It may have gone to 7.5 at one point.
I've seen it at 8.
Yeah, you've seen it at 8.
That high?
I've seen it go from Auburn initially 1, which I thought it would be LSU 1.5. Now, LSU has looked a lot better the last few weeks, and I think they're getting better and better. And now you go back to the Florida State loss. It looks like a decent loss based on where Florida State is.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I'm not surprised it would be like 4 or 5, but for this thing to be a touchdown or more, I mean, that's showing you exactly what Vegas thinks about Auburn.
Yeah, so, as I go back to what Auburn's Justin Hokanson wrote at auburnlive.com, that they're 3-1, 1-0 in the SEC, but it doesn't feel like it. And you leave that stadium, and it didn't feel like a win for Auburn, though it was a win. I mean, Toomer's corner was rolled. I saw it happen, so there must have been a win. But what do you take away from that game, and what do you take away from this whole situation that all we seem to be doing is waiting until another loss for this Harsin shoe to drop? And as I said, Brown, after the show, on our postgame show after the Auburn win, if that's all you're waiting on, why are you doing that?
No,
just go ahead and make a change.
If you're actually a power booster, what do you care about PR? Just fire the guy if you want to fire him. I agree. I mean, put him out of his misery.
I mean, if you're just waiting on one more loss, they will lose again eventually.
That's right. Yeah, they will. And actually, we'll get to this later in the week. I don't want to get swamped with it today. I don't think it'll happen if he loses after the LSU game, and I'll explain why later in the week. That said, here's what I take from this game. You know what you are at quarterback now. You got to figure out a way, because now LSU and anybody else Auburn plays is just going to start single coverage on receivers and stack everybody in against the run. There is no threat of pass in this offense, none. It is the least sophisticated passing offense this side of a service academy. So you know what Auburn is going to do now, and they're stuck at quarterback because all you got now is Ashford. I think Calzada clearly is going to shut it down. Dude was in uniform, never saw the field. Finley clearly is hurt, in uniform, never saw the field. Gerner finally saw the field, and it was a disaster. So I think Ashford's your guy. So going forward, you're going to have to figure out how you can make it obvious you're going to run and still somehow gain yardage. I don't know how they do that. I don't think they do.
I mean, both of those offenses set college football back watching them.
That was rough.
And I said this, at least Auburn has attempted multiple quarterbacks now. Missouri's stuck with Brady Cook. They're stuck with a bad quarterback. And I would agree with you. I think Ashford's going to be the guy moving forward because I don't think we're going to see Calzada at all. The number has moved up to 7.5. LSU minus 7.5 on the road right now.
I just don't know how quick you can get Finley back healthy. I mean, Auburn fans will disagree with this, I think. I think Finley's your better option.
Finley's your better option and not the rotating in and out.
No, I think Finley, maybe Ashford in some small situational, right?
Not to agree with TJ Finley's dad, D.
Right.
Finley, but more of a Taysom Hill role, not
Yes.
a 50-50 split.
Well, if I've got, I mean, I'll just give you an example. If you get 8 on first down and I got 2nd and 2, and now Ashford, I don't know. I'm just saying some situational stuff with Finley or with Ashford, but I think Finley's your better option at starter if healthy.
Unless you want to go to Jeff Monken's or Troy Calhoun's offense.
Seems a little late in the game to be doing that, but yes, that would be the option.
So Auburn, that's where they are today, going into an LSU game where they're over a touchdown underdog at Jordan-Hare Stadium, which is saying a lot for an Auburn program. Georgia. They win. They're not quite as impressive as they have been all season long, but they win. Alabama demolished Vanderbilt with another defensive effort, but now they go and play Arkansas on the road. Arkansas is calling for a red out. We'll talk more about that later on, but Alabama will get reaction to their domination to Vandy, an SEC team, 55-3 over the weekend. Ohio State looked really good in the win over the weekend. Michigan survived Maryland. Clemson survived Wake Forest, but DJ looked good. All the reaction from all the teams that are contending for the playoffs. We'll get to all that coming up. It is now. It looks to be official now that Georgia Tech is moving on from Jeff Collins. I think it was just reported last night that it was going to happen. But it's now official. They're moving on. The look ahead on what's coming up on the show brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. We got some great folks straight ahead on the show that we'll talk to, plus your best and worst of the weekend.
969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts and solution like I did for a decade, you're wasting money. If you've been procrastinating, now is the time just to write the number down. Call 969-8100 Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business in my opinion. For more information, go online, visit michelsonlaservision.com.
John Samuel Shenker will be with us, the Auburn tight end, at 10:25 today. Joel Klatt will be with us at 11, both those central times. That's coming up a little bit later on the show. Tennessee with a dominating win over Florida, and the Volunteers are now up to number 8 in the AP. Your top 8 in the AP are Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, USC, Kentucky, and Tennessee. 4 of the top 8 are SEC teams. 3 of the top 8 are SEC East teams, which is a different look, almost like we're throwing it back to the 90s. I look forward to watching Melrose Place tonight.
I'm going to take small issue with what you said and calling it a dominating win. Should have been a dominating win, but Tennessee's defense doesn't allow that to happen. And that's the Achilles heel with Tennessee.
Yeah, it could have ended up losing the game.
That's
I mean,
right.
Anthony Richardson, 453 through the air. This Tennessee defense just isn't that good.
It is not. Their pass
Hendon
defense
Hooker
is a problem.
is going to win them games, but they are going to lose multiple games based on this defense. I'm not sold on Kentucky, not sold on Tennessee. I think they're both overrated.
Yeah, I think that Tennessee pass defense is going to be a problem for them.
Worse in the SEC now, I think.
Easily.
Behind Arkansas, by playing Texas A&M, I think moved to 13th.
That's right, only because they played A&M.
And I think Tennessee is now officially 14th. I think they're giving up 309 yards a game through the air.
That is correct, Jim. 309 through the air. They're just behind Arkansas and Vandy.
Yeah, okay, so they were dead last. Yeah. But Hendon Hooker right now is my Heisman vote, if I had to give one out. 349 through the air, 113 on the ground, and he is everything for Tennessee.
Well, I mean, it's early in the season, so, I go back and forth. Before it was Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett was very pedestrian this past weekend. Threw his first pick. By the way, I've got the Survivor Pool update here in a second, whenever you guys want it. Threw his first pick. He wasn't that good. Caleb Williams was completely off. You came over and watched the second half of that game with me, and, he just – I don't know. He looked like he wasn't in the game. He wasn't engaged until that final drive that actually won the game for USC. C.J. Stroud was really good again. But, I mean, if you're just taking away from this weekend and then the body of work through the first month of football, I agree with you. Hendon Hooker's been that good. And then Blake Corum.
I was going to say Blake Corum. You can't forget him. He was dominant against Maryland, but still that's who they played.
He's the secret to me winning daily fantasy every Saturday morning.
Blake Corum's good.
Yeah. I told LT, I put Blake Corum into my lineup
and then
first,
go from there?
and I build the rest of the team around him.
But Hooker has been really, really good. But I'm with Lance, and one thing that may help him, I mean, they're going to have to win, a lot of games. Hendon Hooker may have to play to the wire in a lot of these games because this Tennessee defense is a problem for them. When Anthony Richardson can throw for that many yards on you, you're going to face much better passing quarterbacks than Anthony Richardson.
This is the East Coast USC.
A little bit, yeah.
I really believe. Tennessee's going to have to win shootouts. USC, it didn't happen on Saturday night. I thought it would be a track meet. That game was just a weird game. But, moving forward, I think USC is going to have to win a lot of games, track meet style.
And track with the offense. All right. Best and worst of the weekend coming up in the next segment, as we always do. Best thing you saw this weekend, worst thing you saw this weekend, anywhere in the college game, NFL, baseball, President's Cup, easy win, whatever is the best, whatever is the worst, you throw it into the chat room over here on all of our video platforms. We'll get to that coming up. Also, you can jump in on the phones, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. That will get you in the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. We'll take your best and worst of the weekend coming up. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at NASCAR. It's time to go racing. October this weekend. The calendar flips, and then we start looking towards Talladega.
It is coming up on Sunday. The Yellowwood 500 2022 edition at Talladega Super Speedway. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. It all starts Friday night, the last day of September. And don't forget that Saturday infield concert. Saturday night, Chase Rice, Bailey Zimmerman. Right there in the infield, your ticket gets you in. If you've got a Sunday ticket, you can reserve that right now. Reserve your camping spot, your garage passes, all your experiences by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget Bud Light Game Night. It'll be the first time I get to tell you this. 1,000 more times before Thursday, though. But Bud Light Game Night this week will be at the Steel Gastro Pub. Am I saying that right, LT? The Steel Gastro Pub, which is right there in the Lakeview district. We'll be there 5 to 7 on Thursday. We'll have a blast down there. Looking forward to that. 5 to 6 with our video show, and then we'll have drinks afterwards, getting ready for a great Thursday night slate of Dolphins, unbeaten, and the Bengals, last year's AFC Championship. That and a good slate of college football coming up on Thursday night, which includes BYU playing on Thursday night. So that's coming up down in Lakeview. This is a great location.
It is. It's where the old Sky Castle used to be. This is going to be apropos, though, if the NFL reviews Tua and they decide to rule him out for Thursday night, because that would be a double whammy for you, because you've got the Dolphins straight up against the Bengals, who, by the way, are 2.5-point favorite. I love the Bengals in this spot.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins could beat them without Tua this weekend.
Teddy Bridgewater?
Yeah, with Teddy Bridgewater. That's how good the Dolphins are playing. So Bud Light Game Night this week at the Steel Gastro Pub in the Lakeview District. So come out and hang out with us this Thursday night. Show being brought to you in part, Best and Worst of the Weekend by our friends at Hemp Hill, LT. A lot of best and a lot of worst flying into the weekend. But, hey, positive group over there. I see mostly best coming. Oh, that's just because that's the first thing. I see the worst now. Best and worst over there in the chat room, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right, so you look at the best and worst of the weekend. Josh jumps in at Next Round Live, another place you can do it on Twitter. My bad for not saying that to start with. Adrian Martinez at Kansas State, what he was able to do. They've beaten Oklahoma 3 of the last 4 years.
And I need to say this on the air because I meant to send it to you, Lance. Brock Heward texted me Saturday night after the game and said, I don't have Lance's cell number. Please tell him I said that's an amazing call. Never saw it coming.
Dunaway and I talked about that in the middle of the Oregon State USC game, and I was like, Brock did not agree at all. Nope. I had this feeling that Kansas State, they played so flat against Tulane, and that's a good K-State team. And again, Oklahoma's not all together yet, as good as they looked against Nebraska. Nebraska's completely tapped out. Adrian Martinez had a nice game against them last year, ironically, when he was playing for Nebraska, and he was lights out. And Brock did make the point. Adrian Martinez needs to run the football a lot. 21 carries, 148 yards, 4 touchdowns, 5 total touchdowns for A.J. Martinez. That was the best game he's ever played.
And 234 passing with that and the total touchdowns. And he was a great leader. He was the calming effect all day long on the road.
Oklahoma has a Kansas State problem. I don't know if it's a Chris Kleiman problem, Kansas State problem. They're one and the same, so it doesn't really matter, but they got a problem.
Yeah, you can't say it's just because Brent Venables, it's in his first year and he's still pulling things together.
This was Lincoln Riley's
They just did this to Lincoln Riley,
That's
too.
right.
They've won 3 of the last 4.
Yep.
There's something about Kansas State that makes them look better. I mean, they lose to Tulane, like you said, and then they get up and they handle Oklahoma. That's an amazing turnaround in the week.
Well, and they go up 14-0, and then Oklahoma ties at 14, and then you're like, boy, the wheels might come up as quickly for Kansas State. But everybody was talking about how improved and how bought in this defense was under Venables. They gave up 275 on the ground. They forced 0 turnovers. They had 0 sacks. I don't know. I don't know what to think about the Big 12 right now.
It's anybody's game right now. Worst, Missouri dropping 1 to Auburn. That's right there from Josh. Andrew, one more over here on Twitter, Brown. Best of the weekend, the Steelers playing on a Thursday, so I don't have to watch that miserable, stubborn offense over the weekend. And his worst is Auburn, A&M, and Tennessee. Teams, fan bases I root against, all sneaking out wins this weekend. Obviously, an Alabama fan there, as they got the dubs on his hated list there.
Hey, real quick, Richard asked this before we do that, and I wondered the same thing. Why did Napier go for it down 11? Go for 2 down 11 to cut it to 9?
It makes no sense.
Because I know a lot of people say, well, then touchdown and field goal gives you the win. But the other side of that is now I got to go for 2 again next time I score a touchdown just to keep it alive.
I don't know if there is a sheet out there because remember Gene Stallings did something like that against Florida.
Well, he didn't go for 2.
He didn't. He kicked the 1, right?
Kick it to make it 6.
Right.
And his reasoning was then 2 field goals don't beat me. And I'm like, you're playing Steve Spurrier. You don't have to worry about that.
I didn't get that at all. Boy, that was a frustrating game if you had Tennessee minus the 10.5, though.
What a lot of people say is, Dunaway, you had that one?
Yes.
What a lot of people say is it's the 50-50 rule. 2-point conversions are about 50%. So you go for it down 11 to try to cut it to 9 so that touchdown and field goal gives you the win. If you don't get it, you just come back and go for it the next time. 50-50 rule is going to catch up. Guess what rule didn't catch up?
50-50
rule. They missed both of them. So then what that resulted in is I've got the ball late, unexpectedly, I'm down 5. Whereas if I just kick the 2 points, I'm down 3, and now all I got to do is play for a field goal in overtime.
Yeah, chasing points sometimes come back to bite you, man.
Can't often.
Yeah. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. Brown's about to go to the video wall over there and give us some of those. Odie's bringing us part of the show as well today, LT.
It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Great food from Rodney Davis. Go sample some of the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches. My personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, south of the border roll-ups, great salads. Also, ice cold beer buckets. I think the high on Wednesday or Thursday is going to be 72.
That is correct.
Yes. We're through with the summer, the blackberry winter or whatever it was.
Yeah, they've got chili there too at Odie, so you can sit out on the patio. How about a bowl of chili with an ice cold Bud Light? Enjoy this fall weather. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today at Odie's Tavern in Crestline.
So as we think about things to put behind you, Brown.
Yep.
A video wall would be fun for you to walk back there now and go over,
guys,
go
let's
over
take
the
a
video
look.
wall
It's like
and
the
you
weather.
show the chats.
Yeah. Would we be showing the hurricane out in the Atlantic right now?
It'd be churning constantly behind you.
Hey, Trace, I'm going to see if my best and worst come up. My best is going to come up right away. Trace, best, seeing the Bills coach go crazy on his Surface tablet after his offense ran out of time. That is Ken Dorsey, the former Miami quarterback. Miami Hurricanes, not Dolphins. And that was my best of the weekend.
Me too.
That video was incredible.
Incredible. And he looked like, he
looked like a little kid.
Yeah, he did.
But did he know the camera was there?
Somebody did because the hand reaches over and covers it up.
Well, I thought the tablet
that final
heck of
play,
it.
man, took 21 seconds.
No, I don't blame him. I mean, the guy's his livelihood's on the line here. And
I think he's going to be fine, though.
Oh, he should be. That offense is really good. I'd be upset at Isaiah McKenzie, too, for not getting out of bounds.
Just get out of bounds because even if you don't think that Tyler Bass has got an opportunity from where your point is there and he's trying to get those extra 3 or 4, get out of bounds. You still got 7 or 8 seconds left.
You caught a great break from your quarterback because Melvin Ingram had him sacked. And if they sack him, the game probably ends right there. So you had caught a great break, and then your guy doesn't get out of bounds. It was terrible. Oh, it was actually awesome, in my opinion.
But that was my best, too, was the Dorsey meltdown. I can't see it enough.
Oh, I know. I watch it over and over.
Well, my favorite, though, I was cheering for the Dolphins. My favorite of the weekend was the punt into the butt. I mean, that was just I
kind of wanted them to take a safety anyway, even though it made it a 2-point game.
Well, when it initially happened, I thought you guys had lost because I thought it was going straight up.
Yeah, and touchdown.
Touchdown.
Trace worse, and I want to take some time to think about this. Watching the worst Auburn performance in a win of all time.
And it was a 3-2 over Mississippi State, wasn't there?
That's a good point. Yeah, Trace, sorry. Lance just blew it right up on you.
Yeah,
3-2.
I don't know if Mississippi State gave the game away like Missouri.
That was at least a road win.
But I don't remember that whole game, but I watched it all, the 3-2 game. And I'm trying to remember if Mississippi State had chances to win the game.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, this was they put you in the chair for the final pull of the electricity on the final plug, and the power goes out with a kick to the right.
Yes.
And then they line you up with 6 marksmen about to shoot you, and they light your cigarette and put a blindfold on you as he's going to the end zone, and the guns misfire as he drops the football and shoots backwards.
It's a good analogy, but I would go the Green Mile. Who was the dude? He didn't wet his head when he went in the electric chair?
Dale Delacroix.
Yeah.
Dale Delacroix.
Dale Delacroix. I mean, that was a Missouri fan this weekend. Just kept buzzing him until his head melted.
Jeff's best of the weekend, both from Miami. Fins finding a way to beat the Dolphins. The Fins butt punt is his worst. Jack, his best. The Bills coaches in the booth going ballistic after the loss. His worst, Auburn, Missouri. See a theme forming here. Bobby's best of the weekend, House of the Dragon getting really good. His worst of the weekend, Brian Harson's key card still works Sunday morning.
Boy, I think me and Bobby agree on a lot of TV, but House of Dragon, I watched it last night. It's just not even close to what Game of Thrones was.
That was going to be hard to follow up.
I was about to say first year Game of Thrones. I mean, does it take time?
Incredible.
It was good, yeah.
Zach says his best, Pujols number 700, his worst, Wake play calling at the end of the game. That was a wild Wake Clemson game.
It really was. Hats off to DJ Uiagalelei.
Best game he's played since the Notre Dame game.
Yeah, for playing so well, and Dabo sticking with him. But, I mean, they were playing catch-up just to match Wake Forest through that whole game until the end.
I actually thought that Sam Hartman played better than DJ, as good as he was. And I'll tell you, we'll get to it with stock up, stock down. Clemson's defense got some problems.
So we're going the same place with our stock down.
The mesh run, I didn't think it would work, but it worked. I mean, they'd sit there and mesh it and hold it, and then the guy would tiptoe for 8 yards. It just didn't look right.
Well, I texted Luganbill. Luganbill and I were texting during that game, and I said, man, this Clemson defense is not who we thought they were. And he said, listen, that Wake offense is a bitch to prepare for. Those are his words. So maybe it's overreacting. I don't know. But Luganbill, whose opinion I trust, right? He was like, I get it, but that offense is really, really tough to prepare for.
Yeah, but
I know.
I'll tell you though,
I got the same stock down you got, Lance.
You remember when I was telling you that Sam Hartman was a good-looking man when Dunaway was out months and months ago? I said this is the most underrated quarterback in college football.
He roasted him,
and his stock is going to continue to go up.
6 touchdown passes. That's a lot.
Looked really good. More of the best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. Brown, what do you got?
Jeff's best, although it was Vandy. Bama finally looked like Bama on both sides of the ball. His worst seeing Mac Jones go down. It was Vandy, but it was easily Alabama's most complete performance of the year.
It was. And, Bryce, took what the defense gave him early on. The defense is dominant, even though it was Vandy. It was a dominant performance. Aaron Suttles writes, and he'll be in for Bama and Bourbon. Set that alert and watch that every week when he comes up here with us. But Aaron points out we should not be overlooking what Alabama's defense is doing so far. They've only given up 2 touchdowns, a late touchdown to ULM and one to Bijan Robinson, and that is it.
Yeah, and Will Anderson, after pressing for the first couple of games, he's back. And he's unblockable. The 2.5 sacks on Saturday, 3 tackles for loss. Yeah, I think Alabama's defense has made adjustments. They had the moment against Texas and Quinn Ewers. Secondary looked a little lost. But, yeah, I think this defense is dialed in right now.
Yeah, but I've got to say this.
And there's a lot of bad offenses in the SEC, by the way.
Yeah, but I've got to say this. I mean, the schedule has been Texas, and they've had the most success getting to the red zone, and then the other three teams are not very good in Utah State, ULM, and Vanderbilt. This next three-game stretch is a tough three-game stretch as you go at Arkansas, home to Texas A&M, at Tennessee. To me, Alabama's season starts Saturday.
Yeah, I agree.
Starts Saturday.
And, boy, and that number's too big. I'm just telling you.
Oh, here we go. Normally you would say, guys, that number's there for a reason.
Well, I would say, look, Alabama numbers are inflated, and that's probably not enough. But I think a lot of this has to do with it's still the Alabama brand, and Arkansas is coming off a heartbreaking loss, a game they should not have lost.
That Arkansas pass defense, again, Tennessee's is bad, Arkansas is bad too. It's going to catch up with you at some point.
Actually moved up a spot.
It did. It moved up a spot only because they played Texas A&M, who can't throw to save their life.
Now, does that offensive line hold up against Arkansas, though?
That's a good question.
The Alabama's offensive line versus the pass rush of Arkansas is the key, because if they protect Bryce, or if Bryce is able to keep it alive and throw the ball, the secondary is suspect at Arkansas. So it's a protection game that decides on who wins it.
One more. Matthew says, best of the weekend, insane cover by Washington State after it was left for dead. Last 345, I think it was, 29 points in the last 345 of that game.
Yeah.
And Washington State, if you didn't see it, they scored on a run, meaningless play, basically, last play of the game. Last play of the game, scored a touchdown.
I was talking about it Saturday. It might have been to Dunaway, that I would be furious if I would have lost that game having Washington State. There was no reason they blew it, so they were able to come back and get that backdoor cover after getting backdoored before. Yes. But Bo Nix is playing incredible football. I give the kid a lot of credit.
Heisman candidate, Bo Nix?
I don't know, man.
Well, if they run the table, yeah.
Still a really bad pick six. I mean, it's the full Bo experience. Had an awful pick six in the first half of the game.
Awful pick six, but the way he played in the second half made up for it.
Yeah, 428 passing yard, Bo Nix.
Yeah. But again, I mean, his awful pick six, you got to factor that in too. That was a 14-point swing. Your team's going in to score.
Down 2 scores, driving them for victory, Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Whack, whack. Cue the duck.
Pac-12's got some good quarterbacks.
It does.
They really do. All right, more of the best and worst of the weekend coming up. We'll keep that rolling in. John Samuel Shenker comes up at 10:25 today. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube. Like and subscribe everywhere. Set your alerts. The show being brought to you by Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. No matter where you're watching us, write down this number, because Greg would love to give you a free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He's got that free no-cost inspection, no obligation for everyone here in the immediate Birmingham area, Central Alabama area. If you're in Greg's footprint, he would love to do that free no-cost inspection. Anywhere in Central Alabama as well. You can remember Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can contact him that way as well. Storm Restoration Roofing is locally owned. Greg owns it. His wife and him manage it and run the thing. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He's got the best warranties in the industry. Insurance companies trust him. And we've got, possibility of storms. Depending on where that hurricane goes, it could come through the area, but there's always a threat of storm somewhere on the horizon in the future. If you ever have storm damage, remember Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. When we come back, more college football talk. Best and worst of the weekend rolls on right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the next round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, Scam Tracker, Get a Quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue on. Week 5 straight ahead, and it's one of those weeks we've been looking forward to. We'll talk more about the schedule coming up. Highlighted, though, by Alabama-Arkansas, 2:30 on CBS, and a lot of games of interest. Big ones. Can Michigan survive a trip to Iowa and Iowa's defense? What's Washington? We'll get them on Friday night. Wake Forest, Florida State. Is Florida State for real? That's a good look there. NC State, Clemson, the battle for the ACC. So it's some interesting game. Texas A&M, Mississippi State. And one of those seasons, one of those guys are going to get their second loss. So a lot of good games we'll talk about as the week progresses. Part of our show being brought to you by the Pants Store today. Before we get back to best and worst of the weekend, the Pants Store, I'll tell you, you've got great locations all over the state of Alabama. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, now open in Auburn and in Hoover. You can go online to pantsstore.com. You don't have to even go to one of those great 7 facilities in the state. You can order online at pantsstore.com. Pants Store, excuse me, pantstore.com, or you can follow them on social media, the Pants Store as well. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile, and specifically game day wear for the women as well. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and now open in Auburn as well. More of the best and worst of the weekend. Brownie, what do you have, man?
Paul's worst, 3/4 to no point production by the Packers. Best, 14 points on Packers' first 2 drives. That was a tough game to watch.
Yeah.
I tried to watch
both
it.
of those offenses. And look, and I know y'all are hamstrung done away when you've got your top 3 receivers out. When Godwin and Evans come back, it'll be a different look. Still not sold that Tom Brady is going to be the Tom Brady we've seen in the past. The offensive line's got major issues. Now, the good news is your defense is pretty much lights out. But you're watching both of those teams yesterday. You know, my pecking order right now, the Eagles are the best team in the NFC.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. I still think
the day Devontae Smith had.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the balls he caught were 50-50 at best, and he went up and got them. Ran some great routes, but Jalen's playing really well. I mean, you throw in A.J. Brown and Miles Sanders out of the backfield, that's a team of interest.
Well, you know, if the Bills would have won yesterday, I would still say Josh Allen is your MVP through 3 games. But right now, Jalen Hurts is that guy.
Yeah, you're probably right. Nick's best, Pujols at 700. The Fins win. His worst 49ers offense or lack thereof. That was a worse game to watch than your game.
Yeah, well, Jimmy
Sunday
G.
Game, awful.
Jimmy G took a step back.
Yeah,
he did. Went literally in the back of the end zone and then threw a pick 6. And I was pulling for the pick 6. I was like, damn it, he stepped out. Because I had Denver plus 1.5 last night. By the way, another winning Sunday for us. But Jimmy G, multiple interceptions. You know, I don't know how much help he's getting. When Trent Williams went out at left tackle, that offensive line was completely different.
Boy, the networks are going to regret all these primetime Denver games, thinking that Russell Wilson was going to tear it up there.
Yeah, I think 5 more, right?
I think it was 6 total, and we've had 2.
Well, I'm not sure they expected Tom Brady to be throwing to a USFL roster of receivers either.
That's true.
Because every one of the Bucs games have been national television so far. Sunday night this week. And what about our schedule? Here comes the Chiefs now. I mean, we got we had Aaron Rodgers. Now we got Pat Mahomes. Had Dak Prescott when he was healthy.
Well, at least you don't have the Chiefs coming off a loss.
No. When do they lose 2 in a row?
To Indianapolis, yeah. Steve, my worst, the Auburn, Missouri win and no TNR shirt after the wife, from the wife after this one. He's the one that got the TNR shirt to cheer him up last week after the loss. I guess you consider that a win, not getting you a shirt. I don't know what, if you lost to Missouri, you would have gotten. Ashley's best, Tennessee rising to the occasion. Good to have competition back in the SEC East. Her worst, and here's my worst too, flipping to Major League Baseball cut-ins during Wake, Clemson, and Auburn, Missouri.
That was my worst too.
Our best and worst were the exact same. My best was Ken Dorsey. My worst was
I think
ESPN.
they were easy, Brown.
I know.
The cut into Aaron Judge, if you're really interested in this, and I kind of am. I had it on last night.
You go to Yes Network.
ESPN News.
Or
ESPN News is not running a live game.
No. That's where you could have put it. But I'm saying if I'm interested, I've got extra innings or I've got Yes Network. If I'm interested in that, that's where I go.
I can't go to the Yes Network, though. Most of America
Then you're not interested.
cannot go to the Yes Network because they don't have that.
Then go to Major League Extra Innings.
Look, the
if you're a Yankees
option
fan,
is
you've bought extra innings.
ESPN can run it. All of Aaron Judge's at bats are going to we're going to have it live cut-ins on ESPN News, and they can even say Aaron Judge coming up next inning or whatever.
It's the assumption by ESPN that America cares about Yankees players. The Yankees have a fan base just because most of your brass are Yankees fans and you're based in New York. The rest of America doesn't care.
Yeah, and we lose sound, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Why do I care that Aaron Judge is going after a Yankees record? Who cares?
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
I had a huge problem with it.
It's a big sports moment. I enjoy watching it. Double screen made it easy for me.
You're hijacking my
I'm watching a college football game. Don't give me baseball. If I want to watch baseball, I'll go watch baseball. I'm watching a college football game.
Truthfully, it wasn't an Alabama game. So, and if you notice during the NFL, I don't know if he played yesterday or not because you did not get any cut-ins in any of the NFL games.
Trust me, you will not. The NFL would raise holy you-know-what about that.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see on ESPN tonight.
It was an insult to college football fans. It was an insult to Auburn, Missouri fans and Clemson Wake fans that I've got your game. That's my only play. And to your question, where do I go to see it? Where do I go to see my college football game? That's the only place I can see that game.
The reason they didn't last night, twofold. You're right. The NFL would not allow it. But ESPN also had the rights to the Red Sox and Yankees, so they already had it on.
Right.
So I had that game on one of my secondary TVs, and I was keeping up with it because I'm interested. But again, I'm much more interested in the train wreck, which was Missouri and Auburn.
Who's a Royals player? Give me a Royals player.
Bo Jackson.
If this
George
were
Brett.
George Brett, an actual Royals player. If this were a Royals player, we wouldn't get it. That's the whole thing. It's the insult that because it's the Yankees, everybody wants to see it.
It is a little crazy that it's not for the record. I mean, if it was going for 73,
I mean,
then it would be a little different.
If this were back in '98 and this were McGuire Sosa, Jim, I could get it.
Yeah, part of our show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. A great opportunity for you to schedule an in-person tour. Find out more about Montevallo right now online at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Aaron Judge likely could hit a home run at Montevallo's field down there.
I would imagine.
And Brown wouldn't want to see it.
I would not.
Montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, wonderful price point for tuition, and a lot more. Montevallo.edu. More from our listeners. What do you have?
Walker's best of the weekend. I took the JMU money line. You're welcome. Jimmy Mads getting the outright win. Worst of the weekend, Oklahoma getting dominated by Kansas State.
Yeah, that James Madison win, I wanted to make the pick as well. You picked it. It was a great call by him. And App State have been the talk of college football. That's just how, that's James Madison's the Sun Belt team, right?
Yeah. That was Sun Belt crying.
First of all, James Madison's good.
Yeah, they are good.
App State was up 28-10. That's one of those games.
28-3.
Yeah. Okay. So 28-3. You're right. They they got went on a 29-0 run to end that game. App State, I think it shows you the ups and downs, the emotional roller coaster of the first 3 weeks. Finally got them.
Yeah, and that's what I was counting on. I just didn't count it being 28-3.
MTSU, though, Conference USA, right? Or are they Sun Belt?
MTSU is Conference USA.
Okay. A nice win over Miami.
Huge win.
So another group of 5 beating a name brand. We've had a handful of those through 4 weeks, haven't we?
People that think, I know it's year one, but Tyler Van Dyke, who gets pulled in that game for Jake Garcia, that guy has regressed.
Remember, he bitched about the home crowd, and there were hundreds of people there to boo him at one point in the game right before he got benched.
And remember
Keyword
me
there,
saying,
hundreds of people.
Yes.
He was still on Kuiper's big board last week. He will be off that big board. Remember me saying he will transfer to an SEC school.
Real quick, full circle, MTSU's only loss? James Madison, 44-7. What a weird sport this is, isn't it?
It really is. But MTSU with that big win, and a lot of fans of the Blue Raiders in the area excited to see that happen. Miami loses. Yes.
What was your upset?
My upset
alert
was Stanford.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Did not.
Late night.
That was on me, though.
Against Washington. Top of the hour here. We go to hour 2 coming up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Had a chance to see Chris Stewart over the weekend, and he just loves what you guys do for him, and he's been glad to help out so many homes in Central Alabama over the years. I mean, every time I name somebody, so-and-so sold his house, he was like, I put gutters on that house. Gutter Cap everywhere in the area.
Well, what it's going to do is you're never going to have to get that dangerous ladder out again. Gutter Cap's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris and eliminating gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with that lifetime warranty. Stay off the dangerous ladder right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call Dunaway for week 2 at 205-734-0923.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it.
to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines this hour brought to you by the great folks at Backyard Solutions, makers of Backyard Adventures. More on them in a second. Texas A&M's Anaya Smith is done for the season, according to Billy Lucci. Fracture, lower leg. There is a scenario where he could come back for the playoffs, but they're going to wait and see how that goes. They think he'll be perfectly healed up for the NFL tryouts. He's got eligibility left, but Billy expects him to go into the NFL. He was a playmaker, 21 touchdowns in 38 games in his Texas A&M career. And you know the trouble they've had getting him the football at times.
That's a huge loss for them. I mean, their offense has been bad this year. They've changed quarterbacks. It hasn't really improved anything. And now you lose maybe your best offensive player. I mean, it's disastrous.
Well, A-Chain is that guy, though. I mean, A-Chain's really, really good. But, you know, this gives more opportunities to Evan Stewart, the true freshman. And he had a touchdown on Saturday against Arkansas. But this is a kid that can really get after it. He can do a lot of different things. So I think he'll be more of a focus now.
Yeah, it was good to get him back. Helped out Max Johnson a little bit. Arkansas lost that game with the ball hitting the top of the upright. It's funny, if it's 1 football higher and it goes over the upright, it would have counted as a good field goal.
Or, and I don't know if you guys have thought of this, for playing in a college stadium.
Small,
Lower,
wider.
No.
Lower,
Uprights. The uprights aren't as tall.
lower upright. So NFL stadium, higher upright.
Yeah, if that's a college stadium, the uprights aren't as tall, and it goes over the upright, and you probably get credit for it.
Yeah,
even though over the upright's supposed to be no good.
No, the rule of thumb, though, is every official would tell you that if it's inside going out and it goes over the top, they give it to you.
That's right.
Outside coming in over the top, they don't give it to you.
You're going to get the benefit of the doubt there.
This was moving out when it hit the top. Arkansas probably wins the game. Good point, Brown, that it was at an NFL stadium with higher uprights.
But one of the strangest plays, Arkansas is really about to take that commanding 21-7 lead. And they have the fumble.
That was the difference, yeah.
Yeah, and that game was over at that point, in my opinion, because it's almost at the end of the half. You go up 21-7, they're completely broken. And that Richardson 82-yard fumble return, that was crazy.
Yeah. Smart play by them. Could have made a case that progress had been stopped there when he handed it off.
It's tricky, but the funny thing about that is after that play, Arkansas or Texas A&M's defense had almost as many yards in that half as their offense did. It was a tie game.
Yeah. So that's the college headlines. Other than Jeff Collins about to officially be fired, the reports are everywhere that he is out at Georgia Tech. Interesting list of candidates, which includes Dale McGee, the former Auburn star, who's now at Georgia, Todd Monken, who's at Georgia, Deion Sanders, who's not at Georgia, but a very popular figure in college athletics right now. Dallas and New York. Cowboys-Giants tonight, 7:15 on both ABC and ESPN. Those are your headlines brought to you by Backyard Solutions, the makers of Backyard Adventure Playgrounds, alley-oop trampolines, and goal-setter basketball goals. See everything they offer right now at backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 408-4FUN. That's the 205 area code, 408-4386. Quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranties on those Backyard Adventure Playgrounds. So different than that thinner, sort of cheaper construction you get in the big box stores. Trust me, the Backyard Adventure Playground stands up and makes for special times with your children in the backyard. Their memories will last a lifetime. So will that Backyard Adventure Playground. Great customer service start to finish, including a maintenance program, keeping it looking good. They'll design it specifically to fit your backyard with a 3D designer. They'll do landscaping and a lot more. It's our friends at Backyard Solutions, Backyard Adventures. Go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. More best and worst of the weekend in just a second. You just brought up Arkansas's heartbreaking loss, if you will, with a field goal hitting the upright. Texas A&M survives that game. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 5. Jimbo Fisher was asked what changed in the third quarter for his football team in the win over Arkansas. Here is Jimbo Fisher on the win for the Aggies.
What changed in the third quarter? You guys came out and really took over the game, went down and scored, and then got a 3-and-out.
And then
looked
got another
like
drive,
night and
down,
day.
drove again, then drove again. It was this thing called execution. Relaxing, not having the nerves, and the same calls in the same place. We just executed them. You know what I mean? And that's what it got. I know that sounds crazy. I mean, well, that's what it is. It's relaxing and doing your job. It's that simple. I know there is no magical formula. There is no magical formula. Why you do it, why you don't do it. You just got to relax and do it at the beginning and all the way through. It's that simple.
That's Jimbo Fisher afterwards. I want to show you one.
Sure.
Can you give me the tweet I showed you, sent you, Forrester, of Jimbo holding the – I want you to look when he's calling plays.
Oh, it's such a mess.
Yeah,
I mean, how much stuff does he have in his hands?
Look at that there. As is written by David Hale, Jimbo apparently doing everyone expense reports on the sidelines between plays. Look at how many papers and sheets he's holding.
It's like me going to my accountant for our yearly meeting.
I noticed it during the game, and I'm like, what in the world? There were two things I noticed on the sideline during that game, that and how iced up his kid is.
I'm telling you, Mike Leach calls a game with basically a playing card in his hand.
So does Lincoln Riley. If you watch USC, Lincoln Riley's got barely anything in his hand.
Jimbo Fisher has like the Encyclopedia Britannica from the old days. If you're 60 and over, you know what I'm talking about there. It's all a bunch of stuff there. How can he go through any of that?
I don't know. No, it's a great question. They put so much pressure on their defense. This is what's, A&M is so tough for them. They changed quarterbacks, and the only difference is Max Johnson's not throwing 2 interceptions that Haynes King threw. They're the same exact quarterback. And
that's a big difference. That can cost you football games.
2 interceptions, and this is 2 games that Max Johnson hasn't thrown an interception. They still can't move the ball, but they're not throwing interceptions, and they're playing to their defense, and their defense is really good. But boy, they have to be
underdogs this week. A&M in Starkville. Mississippi State opened -3. Don't know where the line is now, but Mike Leach with his teeny tiny play cards and Jimbo Fisher with 16 play cards battle it out this week in Starkville.
Yeah, and the bad game that I guess Mississippi State had last week, they flipped it around. Now, look, they didn't play anybody of any substance, but still, they played a lot better this week offensively. Will Rogers, I think, 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, so a good week for Mississippi State coming in with Texas A&M, who could be looking ahead. They got Alabama on the horizon as well. Tide, of course, is at Arkansas. Speaking of Arkansas, Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 6, here's Sam Pittman in the locker room talking to his guys and trying to pick up the Hogs after a disappointing loss where a lot of people want to point some fingers.
I know you're down, but you should be down if you didn't prepare, you didn't play hard, you didn't give it your all. Hell, that's a good football team out there with Arkansas on their front of their jerseys. That's a good football team. A&M just a little bit better than us tonight. That's it. That's it. So, look, we're in game 4. We got 8 more regular season games left. That's what we got. All I know what to do is go back to work. But don't need to be no finger pointing, no this, no that, no that. We win as a team, we lose as a team. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
I feel like Arkansas is the better of the two teams. I'm not sure the better team won Saturday night.
I would agree. I can't believe A-Chain had the success. As good as he is against that Arkansas rush defense, I would have thought that maybe things open up for Max Johnson, but again, those numbers were nothing.
244 on the ground. Now, a lot of that came from K.J. Jefferson, which, those rush yards count. I get it, but 244 on the ground for Arkansas, feel like that's enough to win the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought Arkansas was the better team as well. Now the red out, and they tweet out that they're doing a red out with Alabama coming to town. I think they take a shot at whiteouts and stripes and checkerboard outs and all that, which looks really cool in Tennessee when they do it. So a red out, and Alabama fans are going to instantly say, oh, haven't they learned? Haven't they been watching college football the last 15 years? Blackouts and whiteouts don't work when Alabama comes to town. It'll be a juiced-up atmosphere in Fayetteville.
Well, the fact that it is a red out, and if you're Alabama, you're used to playing in a stadium that is full of what?
Red. Yeah.
Crimson. Yeah,
not a lot of
just
separation.
Basically the same shade, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really going to bother Alabama.
First blush, seesaw percentage, Arkansas can win this game.
42% for me.
That's way
wow.
No, I'd give them 15%.
You don't think Arkansas has a – well, I think Arkansas has a really good chance to win this game.
Really good?
Yeah. Arkansas and Tennessee are the stumbling blocks to Alabama being undefeated in the regular season.
Those two defenses are going to – they're going to cost them. If you can't defend the pass any better than that, how are you going to beat Bryce Young?
Yeah, and K.J. Jefferson's good. He's not Hendon Hooker. I think Tennessee's offense is one of those that we could get into a 45-42 like game. I don't know if Arkansas can score with them. I do like Arkansas inside the number, though.
Yeah, 17's too rich for you, but you would give them a what percentage seesaw?
I'd go 15%.
Yeah, that's where I went.
But this Alabama team has to show they can do it on the road, right? They struggled at Texas.
They have struggled on the road.
Yeah, lucky to win that football game.
No, you're right about that. They've struggled on the road.
Keep going back. By the time we get to Friday, you guys will start remembering how much struggle they've had on the road lately.
Yeah.
And that offensive line is, still a work in progress. So we'll see. We'll see what Alabama does this week. A big challenge for the Tide as they hit the road. Part of our show today being brought to you by, Brown, our friends at Wayne's.
They want you to remember one thing. You're going to want that beautiful lawn in the spring and the summer that all your neighbors are like, man, look how good your yard looks. And right now you're thinking, I don't have to worry about that until spring or summer. Incorrect. Yards of the month are made in the fall, the proper shutdown. You got to make sure your yard gets the proper nutrients and pre-emergence for the spring growing season, and it's got to get down into the roots and into the soil. You do it right now with EnviroLawn. Let the pros do it at Wayne's. EnviroLawn takes care of that. You get the treatment now so that it looks great in the summer. You get on board by calling 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round, and you save your first month of EnviroLawn service absolutely free when you call 866-WAYNES-1. and use the code TNR on Envirolawn.
All right, so John Samuel Shenker coming up in the second, and Brown will get back to best and worst of the weekend. But Ole Miss this week with an interesting contest, right? They get Kentucky 11 o'clock on ESPN, straight out of game day. And Forrester says Ole Miss has just unveiled the helmets that they'll wear this weekend. First time I get to see this, too. Let's watch the helmet unveiling.
Okay.
The helmets that they will wear this weekend.
Yeah. So apparently they're on the ground in the Grove. What is this?
Oh.
What is that?
Turn Forrester's microphone on. What are we doing? It's brought to you by Deer Tree, Antlers, what?
Some kind of partnership with Real Tree.
Real Tree.
Yeah. So they have sold their helmets.
So they've sold their helmets. I've never seen this.
So it's a helmet sponsorship, basically.
With a Real Tree.
Got to pay for the Aston Martin somehow, right?
Wow, that is a bold move.
I mean, straight out of game day, and we've sold our helmets?
Against Kentucky?
You know, the interesting thing is this
wild.
opened up at Ole Miss 6.5, which I think is kind of a big number. They struggled with Tulsa. Tulsa ran all over them, 268 rushing yards. Cavassier Smoke and now Chris Rodriguez back in that lineup.
It's a good spot for Kentucky, I think.
Yeah, I don't love Will Levis, but I think Will Levis is a better option right on the Jackson Dart.
I think Kentucky has a way of mucking up a game, and they suck you into playing their style of football very well. I think that's a hallmark of the Mark Stoops era. And unfortunately for Ole Miss, they've mucked up a lot of games themselves already on offense.
Yeah. I'll tell you, as bad as I am at predicting college football games, I did give you the Tulsa inside the number. I think it was on our pregame show we were talking.
Call,
I took Tulsa inside the number, and I took Middle Tennessee inside the number too.
You did call that one. I remember that on the pregame show.
I did not call them up for a win. I took them inside the number.
That's all that matters.
Huge number. Didn't know they would go to the win. Don't like the listen, I know it's where we are in the world, and everything is branded even on our show. More of the Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend in just a second. But it does seem like we are crossing some lines with a helmet that is a sponsorship deal now.
Not only the sponsorship, it's not a good-looking helmet.
Yeah.
It's got like blue cobwebs on it.
There again, I don't know that anybody has any less room to complain about sponsorship items than our show.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. That felt like sacred ground that we have crossed there.
Yeah, I mean, if we start wearing multiple, I won't even say one, if we start wearing multiple patches of sponsors on our shirts.
I don't even know if it's that bad. I mean, look, product placement's one thing. I think that's the equivalent in college football. If you're selling your helmet, it would be like one of us having a tattoo of a sponsor.
How much will that cost?
I mean, I've always said I'm never going to get a tattoo, but
there's a price on everything.
But there is a price on everything.
Okay, more of the Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend. Brownie, give us some more of our viewers and listeners.
Alexandria, best. Dolphins win. Worst, Auburn Mizzou, showing us what D1 football in the SEC should not look like. A ton of worst on the ESPN interrupting the game for the cut-ins there. And that has broken out into a big argument in the chat room I'm having to dig through. But a lot of people thought that was the worst.
I will tell you, I really enjoyed the Texas Tech game against Texas. I don't know how much of that you watched this weekend. I thought Donovan Smith played well for Texas Tech, which maybe sets the table for a really good NC State-Clemson game this weekend because Texas Tech lost on the road at NC State. And then they come back and they handled Texas 37-34. That was a wild environment in Lubbock. You think Oklahoma has a Kansas State problem. Texas has a Big 12 problem right now. They can't survive the Big 12 games. There are potholes waiting for them everywhere, and Texas Tech was one of them this week.
Yeah, and this is a game in year two, Sark just can't lose. I know you got a backup quarterback, but you still have Bijan, and Bijan did fumble in overtime.
And I kind of like them in overtime. I don't know about you. I don't know if you felt like it was Texas Tech advantage or Texas advantage. The numbers may not back this up, but I like the team that forces overtime in overtime, and Texas forced the overtime. Texas Tech let them drive down the field, get the Auburn kicks the game-tying field goal and says it's overtime, but then you get the fumble right away from Bijan Robinson, which is so uncharacteristic for him.
Yeah, what was surprising to me is Gary Patterson, you saw his stamp on this Texas defense against Alabama, and you didn't see it Saturday. And I agree, Donovan Smith played extremely well. That's a backup quarterback for Joey McGuire, though.
That's right.
And he shouldn't be able to go 38 of 56 for 331 yards, a couple of touchdowns, and no picks.
Yeah, so that's a We're 2 weeks away, I believe, for the Red River Shootout, which looks different now.
Lost a little luster, hasn't it?
And the Big 12 is wide open for everyone. One thing before we take our break and get to John Samuel Shenker to talk Auburn football. After the game, and listen, before you show it, Scott, I am all for fans rushing the field.
Okay.
I'm all for it. It's a great scene. I didn't have a problem when Auburn did it a few times. It's a great scene. Let college kids be college kids. Stay off the goalposts so we don't hurt anybody. They had the drop the goalpost set up in Lubbock, so they're prepared for the rushing of the field. But here's the only problem, is when you get idiot frat boy doing what he did to Texas player. Eventually, the Texas player one day is going to knock the you-know-what out of the frat boy. Watch right here.
Oh.
Do you see him? You got to see it again. We'll see it
Shift
one more
him in
time.
the back, basically,
one
huh?
more time in real time.
Yeah.
Now in slow motion.
Yeah.
Now, are we going to hold that young man from Texas responsible if he gets up, chases that guy down, and beats the crap out of him?
It's going to be tough.
I will not hold it now.
Yeah, you put me on that jury.
Yeah, now look at that right there. That was so intentional from that coward who ran by and shoved that guy intentionally right there.
And that tub of shit would get beaten into submission.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Now, that's the problem. That's the problem with
and the sad
rushing
thing
the field.
is you won the game, too. I mean, show a little class if you want to go down there and celebrate. I don't have a problem with Texas Tech storming the field. They don't have a lot of history. But, I mean, to do that just I don't know. It just is such a bad look for the program.
That's why the SEC has the rule, and they fine teams for rushing the field because they're trying to protect the team that's trying to get off the field, really. That's what they're trying to do.
When they're trying to avoid confrontations, which you brought up could have happened easily based on that.
That guy should be easily recognizable in the video, though.
Yeah.
They need to do so. Texas Tech needs to manage that.
They do. He's suspended from school.
Whatever it is. Yeah.
Send him packing. All right. We talk Auburn football with John Samuel Shenker up next. Joel Klatt later in the show. The show being brought to you by Dr. B. Under that hat, you have the salad, the lettuce.
Hey, so I'm finally going in this week to see Dr. B. It'll be the first time. I did the non-invasive laser treatment on the salad, as you call it, last night. Hey, look, unfortunately, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. I asked around when it started to happen to me. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results this coming Thursday. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible, and they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Some of the SEC point spreads as we go to another week 5 of college football. Alabama, 17.5-point favorite on the road at Arkansas is where it opened. Ole Miss, a 4-point favorite at home to Kentucky. Mississippi State, a favorite at home to A&M by 3. Georgia giving 26 as they go on the road to Missouri. And a big number for Auburn fans who are used to domination in Jordan-Hare Stadium. LSU coming to town, now 7.5-point favorites over Auburn, who are 1-0 and 3-1 in the SEC and getting ready for that another battle of Tigers this weekend.
Right. And we'll talk about that game with John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, who joins us at this time each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Before you ever take that drink, make your plan, decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you. Welcome in, John Samuel Shenker. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. That was a weird game and a weird ending. A lot of people point out you get those at Jordan-Hare Stadium. You're an Auburn player that has seen some weird endings. How did that one rank for you?
Yeah, that one's up there for sure. Just the last few minutes, just how crazy, just back and forth it went with emotions from going even from not even possibly being in overtime to getting the win in overtime. It was a crazy win, but it is a win nonetheless. So we're excited about that.
Where was on both of those plays, your vantage point on the Mevis missed 26-yard field goal? Did you think he had made that? And then the Pete fumble through the end zone or into the end zone, did you think he had gotten the ball across?
So on the kick, I was praying back on the other side of the field on the sideline. I was on my knees. Had my head down praying, and then right before he kicked it, I lifted my head, and I could see it going right, but from my vantage point, I didn't know what the referee would call. I thought it was pretty close, just going to kind of right over the pole. So I didn't know what he'd call there. And Mizzou fans were going crazy, but they're in a spot where they can't see the field goal either. So when that was called, I took a deep breath, and then I could only see the run on the big screen. He was out of my vision on the last play. So all I saw was the ball squirt out right there before he got to the end zone. And I really couldn't believe it, honestly. And then, obviously they would review that. And we pretty much knew when it went to review that we would win. Their coach was already he was already at midfield waiting for Coach Harsin before they even called it. So just a crazy couple of minutes there.
Yeah, it really was. I'm interested. One of your catches, you barely caught it right off of the ground. As a receiver, harder to catch the low ball or the high ball where you have to climb a ladder. Specifically for you, or just in general for receivers, do you like to go down to get them, or do you like to go up to get them?
I would say it's hard to go down to get them, just because if you're gonna go down to get it, has to be really, really clean to get the catch. Because if any part of that ball hits the ground, it's incomplete. So normally there's a little more gray area on the ground, just trying to get your hands under the ball as much as possible before you hit the ground. So I would say those are much more difficult than the ones that are high for me.
So to bracket to that question, everything you saw in the spring and in the camp leading into the season, did you ever imagine that the passing game would be so hard to accomplish week in and week out? It has become a grind to throw the football for you guys right now. Did you ever see the potential of that ever happening in camp leading into the season?
Yeah, no, I don't think, not to this extent, no. I thought, we would be with our run game, which it wasn't good on Saturday either. But they load the box a lot for that, which we expected. So, no, we didn't expect our passing game to be like this. But we did expect on Saturday to have a little more rushing attempts and things like that. But when that's not working, it's also hard to throw the ball as well. So just trying to open up the pass game with the run game, which is something we actually were pretty good at before this week. Just they game planned it well on the run game side. So it made it more difficult to pass this week.
Auburn tight end John Samuel Shenker, our guest each week at this time on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This is the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Make that plan before you ever take your first drink. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you, decide to ride. I want to preface the question I'm about to ask by saying I think the criticism is unfair, but I want your response to the criticism. There are people who've watched the videos on social media of you guys celebrating in the locker room, and they're like, oh, they shouldn't have won that game. It's an embarrassment. How are they celebrating? I don't know what you're supposed to do after a win. However you win the game, as a player in the locker room, what's your reaction to people saying, I can't believe they're celebrating that win?
Well, that's probably because they're not part of the team and they don't put in the work every day to get a win. So, in the SEC, yeah, every game is different. And obviously you want to win games playing well. But when you win a game in the SEC, especially to start 1-0, it doesn't really matter how you win the game. If you're 1-0 in the SEC, that's all that matters. And that's what we are. People can say what they want, but at the end of the day, we did win the game, regardless of if they think we should have or not. That's how it played out. So, yeah, fans are going to do that, I guess. But, when you put in all that work during the week and you get a win, you're going to celebrate it. That's part of why we play the game, is to celebrate wins in the locker room.
So LSU, your next opponent, obviously 6 o'clock, Jordan-Hare, Saturday night. They lose opening week to Florida State on that tipped extra point that would have taken the game to overtime. Since then, they've reeled off 3 consecutive wins. They look to be getting better each and every week. This is a defense that held New Mexico, I know not a good team, to less than 100 total yards and shut them out. When you watch LSU, specifically on defense, how good is this team?
Yeah, I agree. I think they've gotten a lot better since that week one. Just, with a new coach and things like that, like we experienced last year as well. You can have some things early in the season that you're trying to feel out, trying to play together. So, yeah, I agree. I think they're a good football team. I think they're a lot better than what they showed in that Florida State game. Obviously, this past weekend they played really well on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they're your typical LSU defense. They're going to be great athletes on both sides of the ball. Especially on defense for us. They do pose some problems. They have a big front seven, and then obviously on the back end they always have great players. So we got to come ready to play. It's another challenge in the SEC.
My friend Justin Hokanson, who writes for On3 Sports and Auburn Live, makes a point that with you and then 2 tight ends, Dill and Fromm, that Auburn moving forward, the tight end room has to become Auburn's biggest weapon. Is there enough talent in that room, in your opinion? And do you think that would work if the tight end room, you yourself and those 2 guys become sort of the biggest weapons for the Auburn offense?
Well, I think if you look back last year in the LSU game, that was really the case. That was probably one of our best games in the tight end room. We really opened up in the pass game that week. But I think anytime you have a tight end or tight ends, they get a lot of receptions throughout a game. That opens up everything for your offense because now they're having to guard one more guy or 2 more guys on the field. So, yeah, I agree. I think, if you can get the tight end more involved, it opens up a lot more, even in the run game, because they never really know what you're doing if you're running and then passing as well. So that can pose some problems for defenses as well.
I know you'll play the game whenever it's scheduled. I like night games at Jordan Hare. Are you a night game guy, day game guy at Jordan Hare?
Big games, I love night games. So like this one, I'm very happy that it's at night. So I love the night games. I wish Penn State was a night game, but I do enjoy the big games, especially in the SEC at night.
Is it more difficult though? Like I've heard, especially on the road, a lot of people don't like playing the night game because you have to fill so much time. What is it like at home, though, when you don't kick till 6?
It's kind of like a high school game, honestly. You kind of just wait around all day. You're thinking about the game. We get to watch a few games beforehand. But I enjoy it. I enjoy the build-up throughout the day just to get ready to go out there and play.
High school game, did you ever go to class on a Friday?
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah. You got to go to class. Come on now.
Did you
they let you out early.
Yeah. You get to go to the pep rally.
Did your high school I mean, I'm old, obviously, but back in my day, your girlfriend at the time would wear your high school jersey on Fridays. Did that happen in your high school? Like she sported a jersey?
I don't think so. I don't remember there ever being that case. We always have the pep rallies and all that.
You're lost, John.
My senior year.
You're lost, John Samuel Shenker. It's a good look. It's a good look.
I know.
Girl in your jersey, good look.
Come on, man. Yeah. That Colquitt County jersey, only the players could wear it, right?
Okay. One of those.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck against LSU. We always appreciate the time. We'll see you next Monday.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a solid plan. That's how you decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light reminds you decide to ride.
Did you guys do that? I guess it wasn't on Friday because we always had dress-up days on Fridays. I guess it was during the week somehow. They'd have the girls would have the jerseys.
I thought it was just homecoming.
They do dress-up days now. I do remember in high school, I think if you were at home, your girlfriend could wear the road jersey because you would wear the home jersey. I didn't play football, but I'm just saying the football players would. And then vice versa. If you were on the road, they could wear the home jersey. You would wear the white jersey if you were the player. I think that's the way that worked. But now they do so many dress-up days. Like I've got a senior in high school, and they're dressing up every Friday as something, depending on
we did that too.
who the opponent
even
is.
Back in the 80s, we had a dress-up day every Friday. but somewhere along the way, the girls were in the guys' jersey. Just a good look.
Yeah, they would also go Letterman's jacket. Your girlfriend could wear your Letterman's jacket, which I
Yes.
did have one of those. It was a 5-year Letterman in golf.
What? Was it not
So
a
that's what I
Letterman
loved it.
sweater for you
No, it
guys?
was a jacket.
playing in
It was a
7th grade?
Huh? 8th grade, yeah.
God, were you Mr. Echo?
I tell you what, the worst look was when the girl would wear the high school ring.
I never got
class
a
ring.
class ring. Did you guys get a class ring?
Yeah, because I think it was
They'd have to put
Balfour.
they'd have to put the tape on it.
Yeah, they would come in and they would do their presentation, and if you were interested, it would be a way to get out of class to go look at it.
The little girl with the big ring, and she had the athletic tape
Yeah, the
on
athletic
it to make
tape
it
on the
fit.
bottom, yeah.
Crocker Moving Service is taking you back in time, but they'll move you into the future as well. CrockerMovingServices.com is the website. If you're looking to move your home, residential or commercial, your office, they'll do it. They'll pack up your home and office and move it for you too. CrockerMovingServices.com is the website. CrockerMovingServices.com. Eric Crocker, a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He's the owner. And he has a lot of things he believes in, and he brings that into the business world, too, out of his personal life. One of those is absolutely made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. He also believes in a veteran-owned company that he is to hire veterans when it's possible. And a lot of veterans work for Crocker Moving Services. It's just something he believes in. And another thing that he'll do for you, he'll move you anywhere in the continental United States at a great price. Find out why everyone is using Crocker Moving Services when it's time to move, whether it's this week or next spring. Remember the name, CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Joel Klatt coming up at the top of the hour, still reacting to more college football from this past weekend. In the SEC, big win for Tennessee over Florida. Where does Florida go now? Because after they beat Utah in week 1, Florida's back. They jumped way up in the rankings. Richardson was being talked about, as a Cam Newton-like. And he didn't play bad this past weekend. In fact, that was his best performance since Utah. The other 2 weeks in between, not very good. But now Florida is where they are in the standings. What do you make of Billy Napier's crew right now?
Well, you're going to be 3-2 after this week against Eastern Washington, and the only thing I would say is you lost. You didn't give up. You're down 17. You find a way to cut that to a one-possession game, and you got ball in hand to win that game on the road. Your only 2 losses are to 2 undefeated teams in Kentucky and Tennessee, 2 top 10 teams.
Yeah, the problem is you're out of the East race now. I mean, that's done. You're not going to Atlanta, which I don't think that was the expectation. I'm just saying, those are always your team goals, right? Get to Atlanta. Well, that's over with. You're 0-2 in the East. It's not going to happen now. The good news is they host Missouri after Eastern Washington, so you got a good shot at being 4-2. So you feel like, I think after 6 games, 4-2, first-year coach, pretty good. And then I think that LSU game becomes critical for them.
As it seems to always do for the Florida Gators. Here's Josh Heupel on Tennessee, finally beating Florida again. Only the second time in how long, Brown, that they beat him?
Second time in 17 years, if I'm not mistaken.
17 years. Here's Josh Heupel.
Really excited for our players, just the growth that they've shown, the ability to compete no matter what the score was, no matter what was going on in the football game, just resilient and fierce competitors, and where we've grown in the time that I've been here. Just really proud of our players. There's a whole lot that we can do a whole lot better, but the goal for us is to find a way to win each Saturday that we're on the field and be the best football team, and we were able to do that tonight, and great game, man.
Yeah, well, Rocky Top is back, is what he said on the CBS interview.
Yeah, I'd hold off on that one just a little bit.
It was a fun team to watch last year, going 7-6. Now they're sitting at 4-0. They've got everything in front of them. They've got to do something defensively, though.
My sheet has them number 8 in the country, right behind number 7 Kentucky.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, teams you labeled earlier as overrated.
I think they are overrated. I mean, based where they are. I mean, look, I know you've got to have 25 teams in the poll. And I'm not saying there's anybody behind them that I would necessarily put in front of them. So maybe they're not overrated.
I said preseason I thought they'd be 10-2. I thought they would lose to Bama and Georgia. And watching that team, Stetson Bennett and Bryce Young should carve them up. But I still think this can be a 10-2 team.
Cowan Equipment poll questions. We'll get some out. Taylor working on those over in our social media area up here at Double Down Media. She's got that for us today. We appreciate her at Next Round Live. Cowan Equipment poll questions going out momentarily.
Hey, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the Next Round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans, because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Chris is right. I mean, you have to give Josh some credit at Tennessee. So rare do you see coaches' sons inherit the dad's program and goes on to have the great success he's having. But, you know, he looks exactly like Phil Fulmer and be right there in the shadow of his dad having that success.
I think he might be bigger than Fulmer in the next 5 years.
In the next 5 years.
Tennessee would take that success again, though.
Yeah. If we call that guy the thicker kicker, what will we call Josh at that point? The hefty hypel? We come up with a name for Josh there. Is there something that rhymes with Josh that indicates that I'm a little bloated, a little thick in the middle?
He's a quarter pounder.
The posh Josh?
Part of our show being brought to you by the always crisp and never-ending bottle of Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. Dobel Diamante, a blend of extra añejo tequila, añejo, and reposada tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Don't hit that SAP button on your TV. You heard it right. Extra añejo, and reposado. I know it sounds like we're doing this broadcast from south of the border because my Spanish is getting so much better. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing on this football Saturday. We will talk to Joel Klatt about all the football, including now he has to go watch Iowa's offense play this week in Michigan and Iowa. Is the big noon kickoff, and that's where he'll be this week. Michigan's great run game and Iowa's defense. Something's got to give, but, you know, I threw out Hendon Hooker earlier for the Heisman, in the Heisman conversation, you know, with C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young and, you know, and Bo Nix. But the Michigan guy.
Keep pushing it, Chip.
Corum is really, I mean, everybody knows he's going to run. He's still able to run. It's crazy.
Yeah, look, and that's that offense. I mean, J.J. McCarthy is the guy that they're going to go with at quarterback. Last year it was McNamara now backing him up. But, you know, Corum last year had Haskins. Now it's just Corum.
30 carries.
Yeah, and the guy, 30 carries this past weekend. And people that say, you know, guys like Tank should get more carries, this shows you that you can give your backs more touches. Now, the difference in those two is that Michigan offensive line is good.
Yeah.
But something does have to give in this Iowa game. Iowa was my big play this past weekend against Rutgers. They easily got home on that one, completely dominated that Rutgers team. This Iowa's offense is getting a little bit better, and that's a good home field advantage at Kinnick.
May I go to the other side of that state real quick while we're in the Big Ten? How difficult is that check going to be for Mel Tucker that they're having to write? I think it's going to get heavy soon, if not already.
I mean, they were awful. Minnesota's good.
Yeah, Minnesota's really good.
They're not that good.
They've lost on the road at Washington.
Yeah,
and now at home to Minnesota.
34-7, though.
Two pretty good teams, but that was not competitive this weekend. Before, Forrester shows us a projection of what the expanded college football playoffs would look like if it started today. Always fun. Here is Rockstar's viewing menu, which is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, our friends at New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments from our friend Daniel A. Moore for 40 years. For more information on those guys, you can always go online. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Do you guys want to think tonight? Something to think about?
Not really.
No, I'd like to turn my brain off if you don't mind.
All I ever see is promos for that movie Smile, which I will not see.
I think that opened Friday. I think it's probably the #1 movie right now. Not a lot of movies coming out. Netflix, there's a new documentary called A Trip to Infinity. Does infinity exist? Can we experience the infinite? In an animated film created by artists from 10 countries, the world's most cutting-edge scientists and mathematicians go in search of the infinite and its mind-bending implications for the universe. Now we're going to go to the other side of the spectrum for the next thing.
Okay, good, because even the description, you kind of checked out of that.
Yeah,
I got to be honest with you.
Okay, 7 p.m. on Hallmark, we got a new movie. A Royal Runaway Romance. Princess Amelia of the Bunbury travels across America to explore a budding romance with an artist, only to fall in love with her bodyguard, Grady.
Very realistic.
No, neither one of those
Queen of
sound great.
Bunbury?
I'd stare at a TV that was turned off before I'd watch either one of those.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd go back and watch Missouri Auburn.
Wow.
Yeah, not a lot on tonight. And who's on? Finally got a division rival, the Giants and the Cowboys tonight.
Hey, we're finally getting to see some NFC East on the national level.
Cooper Rush, Daniel Jones, big matchup.
Cooper Rush. Finally, Daniel Jones is the best quarterback in a game. That happens tonight.
Hey, so Dunaway didn't even mean to do this yesterday, but he tweeted this, or didn't tweet it out. He sent it in a text thread with me and Brown, and I do agree. Jared Goff looks much better as a Detroit Lion, but right after he said that, the meltdown happened.
But he does. That Lions team looked really good until they lost.
Yeah, they're competing. What they've lost compared 7 points this whole time.
Yeah,
this
I
season.
thought they were going to win yesterday.
I think they did too.
Would have been a good win. Here is Ross Dellinger's projection of what the 12-team playoff would look at right now. I don't have an explanation of it from Forrester, but Georgia and Clemson with byes on one side, Florida State and Michigan would play to see who played Georgia. Alabama would get James Madison. I assume
Jimmy Mads.
I assume at home for Alabama in that one.
I would hope they're hosting that
Winner against Clemson. I'd like that side of the bracket if I was Alabama. Other side, Penn State, Kansas. Are we overreacting to Kansas?
I would say
and
a
then
little
Tennessee and Washington. Winner gets USC. How come Kentucky's not in there and Tennessee is?
Because Tennessee's, I don't know, ranked higher right now?
No, Kentucky's went up higher.
I don't know, Jim. Yeah. I would just say if your argument is for an expanded playoff, this is not helping it. I'm fine with it. I don't care one way or the other.
Oh, but Florida State, Michigan, the first-round game would be exciting. Penn State, Kansas.
James Madison, Alabama.
Tennessee, Washington. Well, in the NFL playoffs, that first weekend, there's always one game you're like, if I watch.
No, you're right.
If I watch 3 games this day and 3 games the next day, that's the one game I'm going to go do something with the wife. Probably.
Alabama, James Madison. This is what would be interesting: a playoff game. Alabama would be a 35.5-point favorite.
Probably, yeah. It's a little tough to swallow in the playoffs.
But when we let other people in, there are going to be some of those first-round games where you have a point spread that looks like it's week 1 of the regular season.
And it's not always going to be a James Madison of the world. Sometimes it's going to be a name that you recognize a little more.
Yeah. That's if the playoffs started today in Ross Dellinger's world, that's what the playoffs would look like.
The one Group 5 team is James Madison.
That's really weird. Not the one we saw coming.
Yeah, not App State. That's who JMU beat this week, the Dukes. Joel Klatt talks with us about college football when we come back. I think Joel, on his weekly top 10, bumped Bama down to 3, Ohio State up to 2. So you
can't let that stand.
You Bama fans who are in the middle on Joel Klatt or swing to the right, you get a chance to hear what he says about Bama being the 3rd best team in the country now when he joins us on the other side on the show that's brought to you in part today by our friends at NASCAR. Browning, getting ready for this weekend.
That is correct. It is the Sunday Yellowwood 500 Talladega Super Speedway. You can get tickets right now by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Reserve your campground spot, your infield spot. See more about the kids' VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. Includes guided garage tours, pit box tours, driver intro, fist bump alley, and much more. See it all and reserve your spot right now. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Joel Klatt is next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies, and veteran operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt's one of the coolest. I mean, he's so hip. But apparently last night at the Hollywood Bowl, Seal was in concert, and he went to the merch stand and he brought a Kiss of the Rose hat or something.
Oh, wow.
Kiss from a Rose. I mean, what?
Kiss from a Rose.
Look at this hat. Look at this hat from the greatest stadium in the world, the Rose Bowl.
Listen, you got to represent the things that are close to you, right?
That's right.
Like the Rose Bowl is amazing.
Yes.
I love this. This is my favorite hat.
It is a good looking hat.
My favorite game.
Yep.
If I was commissioner for a day, the national championship would always be the Rose Bowl. Because I think it's the greatest game in college football.
Hey, is that the closest a Buffalo will ever get to a rose, though? Right behind you?
Yes. Bro. I mean, I mean, you talk about struggle bus. My goodness.
Good days are coming.
Those that don't know, I think Colorado is the worst Power 5 team out there.
Wow. Hey, can we start with Auburn, Missouri? Because we talked about this. We did an immediate post-game show.
I like the way he brought up Colorado's the worst Power 5
let's go Auburn,
team out there.
Missouri,
Can we start with Auburn and Missouri?
Well, hey,
let's go straight to Auburn. Let's just talk about who Auburn's coach is going to be. I mean, Brian's not going to be there next year.
He is not.
No, there's no chance. But is there a chance that Auburn is the worst team in the SEC? I know that sounds like hyperbole, but Missouri is no good. We were talking before this game that Missouri still had a chance to lose to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's at least improved. I don't know what to think.
It's an interesting question. I mean, knowing how you guys all think, though, like a battle of the cellar of the SEC means like right in the top 25, right there in the top 25. Yeah, that's a great question. I think that the bottom of the conference is not great. Vanderbilt is getting better. Missouri seems lost. Auburn clearly lost and still needs to bottom out. I still think that you're going to probably get a Deion Sanders as a head coach. I don't know. I mean, that's from miles away. I don't know from a local perspective if that's been even talked about, but I can tell you this right now. When I look at Auburn, the only way to get to where they expect to be is to win some recruiting battles. And think of the coaches that they have got to compete with to win some of those recruiting battles. It's going to be very difficult. And so that, to me, that's the first and foremost criteria for your next coach at Auburn is going to be, can you go into any living room in America and win recruiting battles? And to me, that's Deion Sanders. So that's why I think Deion's going to be the next coach at Auburn.
There's a lot in what you just said there.
Wow.
Deion Sanders, you believe, would be the next coach at Auburn. Now, you don't have...
And that's, by the way, that's no inside information. That's purely speculative at this point. But it just from 30,000 feet, I'm just like, that makes sense to me.
Well, Affleck's going to have a new campaign because I don't see Alabama and Auburn coaches doing a commercial together.
It would be fantastic if they did.
But your point is that Auburn has things, and you've seen it in recent years, where they can win and or play for a national championship. A job that's opening up right now like Georgia Tech, which is in a fertile recruiting ground for a Deion Sanders, and his name will be mentioned there, has recruiting restrictions and not the same history as Auburn, right? Auburn offers a bigger opportunity.
I would think, now I don't know what the SEC is going to do as far as schedule goes. And I think that is interesting as far as, are you going to have to be in the SEC West necessarily? And, who's in their pod? Do they still have to play Alabama every year? You would think that that's a no-brainer, obviously, with that type of rivalry. So there are inherent struggles there, but Georgia Tech is in a similar predicament. While not in the same conference, you still have to recruit against Kirby and Georgia, and they're not going anywhere. I think that's a really tough job. Now, you could make an argument, though, and bear with me for a moment. In the age of now the expanded playoff, which we're going to get, and I do think that it's going to come by 2024, in the age of the expanded playoff, would it be easier to get to the playoff at Georgia Tech or at Auburn? You could make an argument, and I'm not saying I believe this yet, but if you thought through it, you could make an argument that it might be easier at Georgia Tech, because if every conference, or let's just say the 6 best champions are going to go, and there's a defined path, is it easier to win the ACC at Georgia Tech or be the 3rd best team in the SEC if you're Auburn? That might be a toss-up, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, it's a legitimate conversation. I don't disagree with you on that. Joel Klatt is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget they are closing out the select 2022 models, making room for 23s. That means travel trailers starting as low as $139 a month. Fifth wheels, $329 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. You can see more I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Look, Michigan's going to play tougher games than what you saw them play Saturday, Klatt, but it was the first team with a pulse that they have played.
Yeah.
Corum appears to be the real deal. You know it's coming, and they just cannot stop him. Now, maybe Iowa does it Saturday with you guys, but so far nobody's been able to.
I was impressed with him. I was impressed with him last year, but he seems to have taken his game to the next level. And it should be noted that, like, he had to do that because, and as I mentioned during the broadcast, and if you hadn't heard, they always love to rotate backs, and they always have a couple of good backs. That's why Corum and Hassan Haskins last year were sharing a lot of the duties. And they've got a very good young back named Donovan Edwards, who I'm high on, but he's banged up. And so they were trying to get this kid, CJ Stokes, a true freshman, more involved. Well, they give it to him, and his first touch, he puts it on the turf. And they were just like, nope, not going to happen again. And so all of a sudden, it's going to be the Blake Corum show. Then you also piggyback that with Maryland's style of defense on Saturday was just going to be bend, don't break. It was not like, hey, let's commit everything to stop the run and force J.J. McCarthy to beat us. It was actually the exact opposite. It was, let's play umbrella style drop 8 coverage, make it tough to throw the ball, don't give up explosives, and see if they're patient enough to run the ball down our throats. And then they did it. And then in a couple of those short yardage situations, those moves that Corum made, those are special moves. Okay. Normally guys in a short yardage situation, you know it and I know it. A back is just so focused on moving the chains that they dive themselves right into the middle of the line of scrimmage, and they're going to move the chains and you line up to play another down. It takes a lot of self-confidence and belief in your ability to jump cut 1, 2, 3 gaps and go outside in those situations. And he did it twice, took off for a touchdown, and that was really the difference in the game. So he's clearly special. What I'm interested in moving forward for Michigan, for those of you that are like, what is Michigan moving forward? They've got a really young quarterback in J.J. McCarthy and 2 very inexperienced play callers. I thought that showed itself on Saturday. I didn't know. I kept pressing them. Guys, I mean, you know me now well enough, and I think your listeners do or are starting to. Like, I tend to I don't hide my feelings very well, right? They're generally right on my sleeve. I'll say something, I'll do, And in our meetings, we were talking to Sharon Moore and Matt Weiss, the co-offensive coordinators. And I get it, right? You want to call yourself co-offensive coordinators, that's fine. That's how these coaches get better contracts and pay themselves more money, and that's fine. And I understand that. Everybody wants a title nowadays. But at some point, when the rubber meets the road, someone's got to be the play caller. And this is, by the way, is an overarching conversation. So I start asking them, I'm like, okay, so like who has veto power? And they were like, oh, we both do. And I was like, okay, that's cute. Who has veto power? And they can sense that I'm getting agitated in the meetings. And they were like, well, Coach Harbaugh, ultimately. And I was like, boys, who has veto power? Like, who's calling the plays? Well, we both do, and it's a contributor. We contribute. And I was just like, oh my goodness. and I was disgusted. And that's what I talked about during the game. It's like, you've got to have a play caller. You've got to have a play caller, because a great offensive play caller, and we've seen him, by the way, at Alabama. I thought Lane was a great play caller. I thought Sark was a great play caller. Bill O'Brien is not quite what those two guys are, but he's decent. They're like architects, guys. They build throughout the season, they build throughout the game, and they let the offense lay foundational pieces. They chum the water with looks and personnel groups and movement in order to gain an advantage at a later date, whether it's 2 games down the road, a quarter down the road. At some point, you've got to build yourself into success. That's what rhythm and sequencing is all about when you're calling plays. And if you don't have a singular play caller, they can't do that. What they end up doing is that they end up start picking in their bag like a kid after Halloween. And it's just like, oh, like, what do I want? I just want, my favorite candy. Here it is. Let's call the jet sweep pass. Well, you didn't build yourself into success that way. You didn't lay down the foundation of a successful jet sweep with Ronnie Bell in order to throw a Ronnie Bell jet sweep pass later in the game. So they called the jet sweep pass, and it's not there. And they take a negative play on a series in which they're really moving the ball, and then they end up having to punt. So my point being is Michigan's got some things to work out, and between an inexperienced quarterback and an inexperienced play calling situation. I was pretty disgusted. I felt bad for them because they were looking at me. They were like, isn't this supposed to be like a cordial meeting? And I was like, who calls the plays?
Have you ever been hung up on ever in one of those?
No, this was in person.
Okay.
You talk about awkward, like tension with a knife. Although not the most tension-filled meeting that I've ever had. Most tension-filled meeting that I've ever had was with Todd Graham. I think that just says it all.
He's a dick.
Nobody liked
Anyway, Minnesota is a team, Klatt, that I thought was going to be good at the beginning of the year. I know they really haven't played anyone, but they're only giving up 6 points per game. And
there you go. There you go. See, this is
here's what. No. I like Minnesota. What I was going to say,
because you beat South Carolina in the SEC, and it's like, boy, it's a good SEC win. But in the Big Ten, you can't go hammer Michigan State without you boys down there saying you don't
I know
play
you're still
anybody.
upset with the co-coordinators in Ann Arbor. Let me finish my point. I was about to talk about the balance.
Just saying.
Now that we've got offensively with Minnesota, with Tanner Morgan, obviously Ibrahim, they want to run the football with him. But when you start to look at this schedule, Klatt, they're only going to be underdogs twice, at Penn State, at Wisconsin, both very winnable games. Is there a chance we see undefeated in the Big Ten championship game, Minnesota, Ohio State?
I think so. I think Minnesota is vastly underrated right now. I think by the time they get to Wisconsin, they will be favorites. As you see the season play out. So I actually think the only game that they're going to be an underdog is in that Penn State game. I believe that's October 22nd. And, this is a veteran team. Tanner Morgan's been playing longer than Tom Brady. And Mo Ibrahim is about the same. It's like they've got Tom Brady and Frank Gore of college football. They've been there forever. And PJ Fleck is a really good coach. That's not a great side of the conference. I think we all understand that. And because of that, their schedule is going to lend itself to being what was, you remember, let's call it like 2015 Iowa, undefeated in the Big Ten championship game against Michigan State and close late. They win that game, they're going to go to the playoff. Now, they ended up losing that game. It was a 22-play drive at the end of the game with Connor Cook. Michigan State went and got absolutely housed by Alabama in the playoff. And that Iowa team went and got housed by Stanford in the Rose Bowl. All of that notwithstanding, I think Minnesota could be a team that at maybe worst is 11-1 in the conference championship game and maybe playing for the right to go to the college football playoff. I think that we've got to wrap our head around that. The one thing that you've got to realize with a team like Minnesota is that they're not going to have the depth to overcome an injury. So their biggest key is actually not schedule. It's not where games are. It's not anything other than they have to stay healthy. Last year, they weren't able to do it. They played really well for the first half of their first game against Ohio State, a game that I did. Mo Ibrahim went down with an Achilles injury, and they just weren't the same at any point after that. They're good at the line of scrimmage. They're really good on defense. And they just did something to Michigan State that only Ohio State has been able to do since Mel Tucker got there, which was run for 200 and throw for 200 in the same game. They did it at Michigan State and absolutely trounced that team. I mean, that wasn't even close. The lone touchdown for Michigan State was garbage time, under a minute left in the fourth quarter. So by all intents and purposes, that was a shutout. Minnesota is for real. Again, I go back to they haven't played anybody. If that Michigan State win, I think, is better than people think, even though Michigan State is now 2-2.
Yeah, a good win in East Lansing to a coach that's making $9.5 million. And it's got a great,
Tuck coming for that ass beating.
Yeah. Body language. My wife notices this about me, and these guys know it, that my body language will tell you when I don't like something instantly. A dinner, restaurant choice, anything. Caleb Williams had the worst body language all night long in Corvallis, but they still win the game. That felt like a opportunity at the end where he came back, led them to victory, touchdown pass Jordan Addison. It felt like a growing up game for that USC football team to win on the road in Corvallis. What'd you make of USC's win there late against Oregon State?
I think the best thing that Caleb, this is gonna sound snarky. The best thing that Caleb has going for him in terms of his bad body language is that nobody can see it because of the network they played on.
It's so true. No, it's true.
I mean, right? Like that.
Hey, I found a way though.
Yeah, we cheated the system.
Well, so you
listen. You got to get a code. You get an access code. You can watch it on your iPad.
Yeah, I got an access code.
There you go. I mean, I do as well, which is fantastic. So I cheat the system as well. So it's the style of that game, I think, is going to be important for USC moving down the road. Very similar to, I think that I said this to you guys. I don't know where I say all these things, but I said at some point into some microphone, I thought it was important the way that Ohio State beat Notre Dame in that opening week because of it wasn't just all the flash of the offense and let's run them out of the building. It's like, hey, like, we know you can do that. That's exactly what they did to Wisconsin. But it was important for them to win a tough, hard-nosed, ground-style attack against Notre Dame, where their ground game had to be great late. I thought that was going to pay dividends for them later down the road in the season. We'll see if that's the case. I feel similar to that with USC in this game with Oregon State. First of all, this is a place in Corvallis that USC has historically not played well, and there they are again not playing well in Corvallis late on a Saturday night. I think it's important because their defense had to show up and play and get takeaways, and they did. 4 takeaways, interceptions against Jonathan Smith's Oregon State team, and that's important for them, that their defense was able to contribute in a major way to a win. And then there's also another element to this, is that through bad body language and through losses, that's when fractures in chemistry occur. And so if you lose that game, there's whispers in the locker room on the sideline about like, man, like Caleb was a jerk, like it can start to fracture. But when you win and you overcome that, it's a huge party in the locker room, and then your chemistry can move forward. And for a team full of transfers, I think that's a really important celebration on the road in that locker room and that style of game. And I think it's really important that the other members of that team see and feel that their contributions matter. And it's not just going to be the Caleb Williams, Jordan Addison show. And they're not going to be able to go out there and just win every single game. Now, they made the play at the end, which is great. And you want that and you need that. But you feel valued as a member of that team if you're on the defense, per se, let's say, and you feel like, okay, like I needed to do my part for us to win that game. And I think that that's an important building block for them moving forward.
Joel Klatt, Fox Sports with us. The big noon kick this week, Michigan, Iowa, Fox 6, 11 o'clock. One of my takeaways from that game, though, was and I don't know if you guys noticed this watching it, but there were several times in the second half, Caleb Williams in the huddle had to stop and collect himself because he was so exhausted. And Klatt, these were not called runs. He was so exhausted because he was getting flushed from the pocket every single play and having to run for his life. Like at one time, I thought he was going to vomit. I really did. I mean, I swear, that's how much he was running.
Like the kid from Purdue.
Yeah, I mean, there was one huddle where he had his hands on his knees. That's a problem for USC. They cannot protect the guy for anything.
2 problems with USC or questions, I guess, would be like, is their defense going to be able to show up? And then like, what's the line play going to be like? And their defense showed up and they were able to win. And then their offensive line did not play well. And that's one of the big reasons why he struggled so much. Now, he has a tendency, and this dates back to even last year, he has a tendency to, when it's not going well for him, he reverts back to, well, I'm just going to make a play. And he doesn't stay within the foundations of his offense. And so the quick throws were no longer there, and he had to hold the ball, and he immediately starts to run. I thought that he ran a few times, not every time, but a few times before he needed to. And that's a learning experience. He did that against Baylor last year in a loss in a game that I did. He did that against Iowa State. They were able to win, but it was a low-scoring affair, and he did not play well against Iowa State late last year. So this is something that has crept up for him in games in which it's not easy. And all I got to tell you is, like, I mean, I hate to say it this way, and I sound like the old curmudgeon, but if you aren't in shape, that's on you.
Yep.
I don't know what to tell you, right? Like if you're going to run around and you better run some sprints this week. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, what we used to do, and this is, very much, I walked to school uphill both ways, but what we used to do, I thought it was important to be able to communicate the play and to think being exhausted. So in the off season, or even on Monday during conditioning, like when we were really, really conditioning, I would make all the quarterbacks run together. And then as soon as we were done with a sprint, someone had to call a play and explain the details of the play. And I think that's an important learned trait. How do you think when you're exhausted, rather than just thinking about how exhausted you are? How do you get right back into the details mentally of what you're about to do? It's a really difficult thing to do. And I think it's something that is lost on this generation, partly because coaches are terrified of really conditioning their players hard.
Fox 6, 11 o'clock Saturday, Michigan at Iowa. See Gus, Jenny, and our guy Joel Klatt at that game. Have a great week, Klatt.
Kissed by a rose, boys.
Kissed by a rose. Jalen, thank you, Klatt. Have a great week.
Yeah, you bet. Didn't play anybody.
Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Planforme.com is the website. They'll help you get your blood pressure, cholesterol, everything back in check. Planforme.com, Planforme.com. Leslie and her team over there, board certified folks who will take you through the process of losing weight, getting your blood pressure, cholesterol in check. It's not a cookie-cutter plan at Way to Wellness. You'll learn that very early. They'll design a plan specifically for you, and they'll do that with no contract, no sign-up fees. You can quit at any time if you want. And the first consultation is free with Leslie and her team. Go to the website at planforme.com and learn what I'm talking about. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. In our pick 3 last week, 58 of you were perfect 3-0. So we've gone 67, 40, 69, and 58. 234 perfect scores through 4 weeks on our pick 3. Glad to have you on board doing that. We'll do it again this week at nextroundlive.com. Don't forget, Thursday night, we're at the Steel Gastro Pub right there in Lakeview for Bud Light Game Night. That's coming up Thursday night, 5 to 7. Come join us there or watch us on the video platform. And remember, this hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check out champyschicken.com on the website. Order ahead for your tailgate, your office parties, and a lot more. Or lunch and dinner today. Swing by there and enjoy all the great menu, including the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales with our man Sterling. It's champyschicken.com. When we come back, LT's got trash for us, Nick Saban's news conference still ahead, and maybe a little bit more reaction to what Klatt said to start his interview. All that straight ahead right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters, off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
I mean, by birth certificates, I am by far the oldest person on this show. But some of the conversations these two have, you should have just heard them. Young Jack is, shout out Young Jack, who's watching right now at school.
At Oak Mountain High School, yeah.
Yeah, at Oak Mountain High School. To which Brown said, LT said, well, they're a lot more laid back now than they used to be. Brown said, man, they wouldn't let us chew gum.
We couldn't chew gum at Sachs High School.
LT was like, they wouldn't let us wear shorts, blah, blah, blah. And they're back and forth. Yeah. And what a prison it was like back in school in their days.
We couldn't have carbonated drinks till afternoon.
We couldn't have our shirt tails out. You'd get a D-slip if you had your shirt tail out.
We could wear shorts, but they had to be 3 inches above the knee or less.
Imagine if we ever landed anybody on the moon, guys.
I mean, Dunaway was, you remember when they were smoking out by the flagpole.
You got a smoking tree, man.
We were just happy if the big one didn't fall out of the sky while we were not in the bomb shelters.
Was it weird going to schools in log cabins?
Yeah, we were just
K through 12 in one classroom.
We were just worried about those missiles in Cuba when I was in school back in the day. If we were going to get our boys home from Korea.
Little house on the mud puddle.
All right. Before we get to trash, part of our show today being brought to you by one of our new sponsors. You've seen us wear the shirt before on one of our post shows. It's our friends at Buzzed.
Oh, I love this concept. I'm going to show you. I've got the app downloaded. I downloaded it a couple of weeks ago. My youngest brother, Cameron, is the one that turned me on to these guys. They're located in Southside, but they've got a tremendous business model. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-a-kind service. Use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. It's a unique business model, and an alcohol license means everything is bought, stored, and delivered from Buzzed in-house. So the prices are low, the speed is incredibly fast. We stayed downtown a couple of weeks ago. I ordered on a Friday night a couple of bottles of wine, bag of edibles. They were there within literally 7 minutes. They've got cannabis, alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly. Make sure you download that app. It's Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. We bring the buzz to you.
Interesting there. Atticus writes in and says, I can see it now, Oklahoma bailing on the Venables project in 2 to 3 years. Jeez. Mama calling Heupel home. I mean, if Heupel keeps winning, he will be a very sexy project. He'll be a cloud hanging over Oklahoma if they're not reaching the playoffs.
He will. I mean, the Venables part of that's the one I was saying geez to. I mean, that's one loss. I think maybe we're overreacted that a little bit.
Premature. I mean, they lose a 7-point game to a team that is now ranked in Kansas State.
And a team that has beaten them 3 or 4 years, going back to the Lincoln Riley years, which are really good.
Klatt on Dion after trash coming up in the next segment. But right now, Rockstar hit the big button.
Let's take a look at birthdays and anniversaries in the meantime. Happy 80th birthday to E. Norma Stitz of Quitman. Happy birthday to you, Miss E. Norma. Hope you have a wonderful day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
So Stitz was the last name.
E.
Norma
Stitz.
Norma Stitz.
That's pretty funny now.
Oh, wow. Fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to lock in that interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. A restaurant, this is in Singapore, by the way, that has a $10, quote, screaming children surcharge, end quote, in place, said it has been effective in keeping such noise complaints by customers to a minimum.
$10, you said?
Yep.
I mean,
one-time feed or every scream?
Yeah. What
per
happens?
Kid, what?
What happens if they go to the table and the dad says, "My kid's gonna scream this whole time"? Here's the 10.
Just give it to him as you walk.
You don't have a kid, you have a wife. Exactly, my friend.
Now, in response to queries by Yahoo News Singapore, Angie's Oyster Bar and Grill, that's kind of a plain name for a Singapore restaurant, isn't it?
Angie. Oh, see Angie.
Now, they said the penalty per child was implemented a little over a month ago after complaints of rowdy kids running around and unattended or disturbing other tables were noticeably increasing since May and June. This used to be what we called the place over in Crestline Village. What was it called?
Mafiosos.
Mafiosos.
Oh, yeah. Kids running everywhere.
I would play, and kids would run into my mic stand and cry. Like they would let loose. So they finally locked they had two entries. One where the music was played, they locked that entry because kids would go out and couldn't come back in because they'd just go back and forth and play on the street. It was crazy.
Now, prior to the introduction of this policy, according to the restaurant, we were receiving comments or complaints from other customers on a weekly basis. With the penalty in place, restaurant noted an improvement, fewer complaints, with customers who are parents being more mindful, making a greater effort to ensure their kids are not disturbing others while dining. Parents, caretakers are also informed during the reservations process about the penalty, and 99% of them are very respectful and understanding, according to the restaurant. I don't know, $10.
I don't think $10 is.
That 1% is going to be loud.
Yeah.
A couple who was caught having sex has been fined by authorities in Colombia's Caribbean Coast Department. Now, the sunbathers were shocked at the sight of a couple having sex in broad daylight at the Miramar Beach on September 11th. Family
having sex? Heck, they're just out there riding the waves. Am I right?
Yeah, they're just playing dolphin.
Playing dolphin.
Are they in the ocean?
That lady's giving that man a piggyback ride.
Yeah. Wow.
Just trying to carry him out to safety.
Seems extreme.
Now, a family of beachgoers recorded the couple switching positions in the water as kids played nearby. The viral video shows the couple turning around in the water multiple times. The man recording the footage tells another person, quote, "Don't look over there. He's already laughing." Now, public security chief revealed that the couple whose names were withheld, they were identified by authorities and fined $205.
You know your 13-year-old knows a little too much when they said, "Mom, don't look over there. They're in the crouching lotus right now."
Oh, my God. Please don't be in actual position. Please don't be in actual position.
Did you say $205?
Yeah.
Again, not sure that's high enough. I don't know that the $10 for the screaming kid's high enough. I don't think $205 is high enough.
Those who walk to the beach and hand them $205 while they walk into the water.
We'll be in the ocean.
Is
Thank
the
you.
crouching lotus a thing?
Oh, I don't know.
That's what I'm hoping it's not because
somebody Google it.
He reads books.
I just made it up. Crouching lotus.
It's not on your end table, is it? Hey, James Bond producers searching for an actor to sign up for a whopping 12 years when they picked the new 007. Daniel Craig's now gone. In my opinion, the best 007 we've ever seen.
He died?
No.
Oh, he's just not doing the character
he's
anymore.
just out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Update.
Franchise boss Barbara Broccoli has told how her team are planning a reinvention of the British Secret Service agent character, so they need a huge commitment for whoever they choose. Now, it comes as they appear to rule out 50-year-old Idris Elba, who would have been a really good Bond.
That rumor's been out there for a long time, though, right? That he's doing it,
I still think at 62 he can do this.
Fantastic. Idris Elba.
In this position, two people sit facing one another with their legs and arms wrapped around each other. It's also known as the Yabyum position in the Tantra.
Okay.
So it really is a crouching lotus?
Yeah.
That's
Look at Jim. Look at Jim acting subscriber.
Hey, Pastor Mag, you in the mood for a little crouching lotus?
Hidden dragon.
Oh my.
So let's see these 007 pictures, Rockstar.
Here we go. Who's this?
This is Cavill.
Henry Cavill.
The Superman looks like a wax figure.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah.
Don't want
a little too big for James Bond.
Exactly.
Or that suit's cut weird. One of the two.
Yeah. Are we bringing double-breasted back?
Tom Hardy. I think Tom Hardy could do it. He just grunts a lot and doesn't
understand James Bond.
Yeah, James Bond's like smooth. Tom Hardy's not smooth.
He's not smooth enough.
Don't like him either.
Who's this?
I don't know who this guy
That's
is.
the
That's the
Bridgerton
guy.
guy.
No, that's the guy from Bridgerton.
Yeah.
Well, they wrote him off after the first. He was probably maybe the most popular character, and going after the first season.
Was he the one that pinned the girl against the tree in the first episode?
No, he was not.
Lance loves that scene.
I know. It's
Very
the one
Bond-like.
scene he has seen, and he brings it up every time the show's mentioned.
I don't like any of those guys just on their headshots.
I like that guy. That
This
guy's a
seems
good
a little
actor, too.
risque, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want Idris Elba.
I do
when
too.
I heard 4 or 5 years ago he was going to be the guy, I'm sold on it.
Do you have Idris in a tux? Can I get a picture of Idris in a tux?
Let me find that. I'm all about.
Well, anyway, it
some
comes
lows right
after
now.
producers have said the upcoming movies in the franchise will have bigger roles for women. I can't wait and see a more emotional side of the 007 spy. Maybe that's why they want the Bridgerton guy in there.
Oh, so he can. I mean, James never had trouble getting ladies, though, has he? James
No,
Bond.
the bigger role for women is going to be that
Look at that.
they're going to save the day.
See, and this is a believable guy that could whip somebody's ass, handle a firearm.
Yeah. I would say those three people in that 3-shot right there is a better choice, better trio for Bond than we just had.
Who's that in the middle wearing the Amish hat?
No, that's the dude that he won Best Supporting Actor for the spy movie with Tom Hanks.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't say his name, though. Yeah.
You just
Mark
got it.
Rylance.
Yeah, Mark Rylance. The old Mark Rylance.
Good actor.
Okay, a bride. This is really a sad story, by the way. A bride who spent her life savings on her dream wedding decided to carry on with the ceremony without the groom when he jilted her. Woo. Kaylee Steed, 27 years old, discovered she wasn't going to marry her partner for almost 4 years when he failed to arrive for the nuptials.
Where's your partner? He failed to arrive.
Mother-in-law had to break the news that he had fled. Now, despite the heartbreak,
Mother-in-law? So that dude's mom?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not right.
This guy's pathetic.
He's technically not a mother.
Now, despite the heartbreak, Kaylee decided to go ahead with the big day on September 15th. This is in Wales with her loved ones around her. After spending $11,000 on the celebration, supported by her bridal party and family, Kaylee went ahead with her wedding entrance, meal, speeches, dances, and even posed for professional photos without the groom. Now, I love this. Kaylee entered the party singing along to Lizzo's Good as Hell with her bridal party. They punched off the top tier of her wedding cake, spent her first dance with the groomsmen, her brothers, and her dad.
Oh.
Now living alone with no explanation from her ex. Her honeymoon canceled. Kaylee is now coming to terms with what has happened and is pleased to still have had the party, so her money and effort didn't go to waste.
What is the latest in the process you guys know of a wedding being canceled? Like somebody that you know?
Oh, I know somebody that's 2 weeks out.
I don't know anybody. Once they get engaged, I mean, I've seen
2
some
weeks
that
out.
should
It
have
was
blown up.
a pretty high profile around here.
Night before.
Oh, I know night before too here.
Yeah, night before. Night before, a girl woke up early that morning. He had left a note on her windshield.
On the windshield?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Basically, he did. He fled town, Rockstar. I can't. And I don't think anybody ever saw him again.
Never saw him again?
No, I mean, he took off, left town, never came back. I mean, Anniston's a small town, man. It's not like you're going to blend in there.
Was he afraid, like, her old man would kill him?
I don't know. I think he probably wanted to. Wow. He's a pretty laid-back dude, though. Yeah, it was the night before.
Yeah, I think if you're having second thoughts, you probably tap out a couple of weeks before at least, right?
Yeah.
Boy, once it gets rolling, it's hard to stop.
Once the invitations are printed.
Yeah, it's generally a turnaround time right there when we print the invitations.
What would celebrities look like if they were still alive? I'm really fascinated because Rockstar's got pictures, and a guy used Photoshop to guess what these celebrities would look like if they were still alive today. Heath Ledger, I don't think he would look that bad.
Receding hairline, he'd have seen Dr. B first. Maybe get a haircut.
Oh, some of these are great. Dude, Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, wow.
Still got all his hair.
Yeah, I don't think he'd have all that hair. I think he'd probably change the fashion a little bit, too.
I mean, still in the 60s. Lace cuffs.
John Lennon? Oh, my.
I mean, that
looks like old man in the sea.
You know, I thought they did a good job in yesterday when he visited Lennon.
Yep. And didn't he look sort of like that?
I mean, without the hair, but he had a skull cap on, and he had his glasses. Vintage glasses.
Yep.
I don't want to see this.
Looks like a scholar.
Oh, yeah. You got to roll up the sleeves and put the suspenders on Freddie, right?
I do like the snowflakes on his suspenders, though.
The final one's the best. It's Lance's Tupac, who I think is he's in New Zealand right now.
Tupac is alive. This is what he looks like now?
No. I mean, come on.
Looks like he's arguing with Skip Bayless on a debate show.
Oh, my gosh. He does look like Mike Woodson.
It does look like a debate show. I tell you what, coming up, Stephen A., the Cowboys will not win not in my city tonight. That is trash, brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other home buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping today.
Hunter says Freddie looked like the principal in Boy Meets World. Chad said Tupac turned into Darius Rucker.
A little bit.
We are back in a moment right here on TNR. This show being brought to you in part this hour by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch or dinner, but for anything, tailgates, parties, office meetings, champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Back with you in the next round. Thanks for everybody who's participating in the chat today. Bobby asking if it's a record. I don't know if we keep up with that, but we appreciate the big numbers. If everybody who is there, if you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button every day. We appreciate that. I know it can be a pain every day to scroll down and hit that thumbs up button. But
so tough.
Every day. It means a lot to us when you do that. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. If you're new to the show, this is the next round. We talk a lot of SEC football year-round right here. And the show brought to you in part today by a company that's been around almost 200 years, Bromberg's.
Yeah, look, if you're in the market to pop the question, they are your diamond specialists. Go see them, please. Family-owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's. They have established that great reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as incredible jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store right now. Go to Brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Brombergs.
Lucky the Auburn fan, no, in response to what Joel Klatt said earlier, that he thinks Deion Sanders will be the next coach at Auburn whenever there is an opening. Bill says, oh, hell no. Shaking head, no emoji from Sweet on Auburn. Bama RTR 18, Bama fan, obviously. They need something gimmicky because they are garbage. But Dr. Wonder Woman says, thank you.
Dr. Wonder Woman.
Yeah. And others, there are some positives as well. Deion Sanders is going to get a shot somewhere. He's doing too good of a job at Jackson State, and he's such a good recruiter. Recruiting's the name of the game. The reason I don't think he'll be the coach at Auburn, because I don't think Auburn's trustees will get it right.
Yeah, look, I don't know whether or not Deion's going to be a great coach. I agree with what Klatt said. This guy will be able to recruit.
Right.
There is no doubt. I mean, you look at year one, he was 11-2. He was 9-0 in conference. He's already 4-0 this year.
They're smoking people, too.
Yeah, because he's got these recruits that he's bringing in that are immediate guys, including his son. And, you know, this would be where Auburn is right now. Why not roll the dice? And I know some people, and I'm one of these guys, so this will be a little it'll contradict what I typically say, and you've got to get this hire right the next time. But Deion might be that guy, and I thought it was a complete joke a couple of years ago when he was going for the Florida State job. But now that he's been in it and he's had success for multiple seasons.
You wanted to see him have a little track record.
Yeah, and look, I think he's earned his stripes. I mean, he's doing it at Jackson State. Would I rather have Deion than Mark Stoops or Matt Campbell? No. Or Matt Rule? No. But if you can't get one of those guys and you can get Deion, I don't think Deion wants to put up with the bullshit that goes on at Auburn, though. I got to be honest with that.
Well, that there is a lot of that, right? And a lot of coaches are not going to want to do that. And I do think Deion is going to get a shot at this, Dunaway, at some point. A lot of people are pushing him for Georgia Tech. And I think it's going to be fascinating when he does.
I mean, Georgia Tech, with that recruiting base over there in a city the size of Atlanta, that would be an interesting hire for them. But they do have academic restrictions that some other schools don't have. I wonder if they're willing to loosen it up a little bit to win at football.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be tough to recruit there.
Would he rather
even
take
as good as he is,
Georgia Tech or Auburn? And I know, look, Auburn is light years ahead. Yeah. It's the SEC. But the thing I would say, Deion has a special connection to the city of Atlanta. And Deion doesn't necessarily need money. So I don't think it would be a dollar and cents thing. He's still going to make $4.5 million going to Georgia Tech. Does he think that he would have a better chance, as Klatt said, playing for ACC championships or being the third or fourth best team in the SEC?
Yeah.
Kevin says, you really think the Jimmy Rain, as one of the boosters, is going to support a Deion hire?
No.
I don't. That's why I said I don't think they would get it right. I think Deion would – wherever he goes, we'll be able to recruit, and that's a good place to start on winning football. Part of the show, Bram, before you say that, being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. Redmont Vodka, please.
Look, locally owned and operated Redmont Vodka. If you have not picked up a bottle yet, it is available in 20 different states. It's aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Again, available at your local package store, including Pink Package at the Beverage Place, and also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
Jay Price asked the question I was about to voice myself. How is Deion's game management skills, or does he just out-personnel people? I don't know the answer to that. I don't watch a ton of Jackson State. I do know he is able to out-personnel people, but Nick Saban does that. And that doesn't make your game management skills poor.
Hell, half of you in the chat room don't give Nick Saban any credit. You say he's just always got the better personnel.
Yeah, but Nick Saban is a phenomenal X's and O's coach, obviously. The guy's a defensive genius. So that doesn't mean that Deion is a bad coach just because he's got better players than everybody else in the SWAC, which he does.
Well, look, he could go out and he could get his coordinators. If you get the right coordinators, if his ego can do that and he just delegates, he knows obviously the game of football inside and outside. And I'll just say this, there's so many head coaches that are good head coaches that mismanage clocks at the end of the game. I mean, Buffalo yesterday, and I'm not saying it was McDermott's fault.
McDermott's a phenomenal coach, though. Yeah.
But Josh Allen to end the first half, and I know the humidity, but still, to not be able to get a playoff there, obviously the end of the game. I mean, you can point to different incidents for a lot of really good coaches.
The GOAT got to delay a game on a 2-point conversion that could have tied the game. He's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, but I don't know what drives Deion Sanders. Like, guys like Deion Sanders and Eddie George have gotten into coaching the historically black colleges and universities, not for money, but because they love the game, number one. And number two, I genuinely think they want to make an impact on kids from their community. The black kids, that they didn't play at historically black universities. They played at Ohio State and Florida State, but they have an appeal to those schools and they want to try to help. And I don't know if that's what's driving them or if both of those guys want to see what they could do at a Power 5 school. I don't know.
I think it can be both in Deion's situation.
Maybe so.
I think Eddie is in a different situation, but in Deion, especially with his kid who still has another year of eligibility, right? I think it would be a nice progression for him to take a job this year and move up with his kid at quarterback somewhere. And last I checked, Auburn needs a quarterback.
But it's going to take somebody that's progressive thinking.
Oh, yeah, because it is a gamble.
Nick Saban News Conference, tough game for the Tide this week. On the road, red out Fayetteville. We'll hear from Nick Saban when we come back. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Hey, don't forget, right now they got everything you need for that dove season at Nichols Outfitters. The great 12, 20, 28 gauge shotgun shells in stock. Hurry, demand is through the roof. Get dove season started the right way with Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. The guy that does the commercials with Dion is next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, as we roll on, before Nick Saban makes it to the podium on the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru, give us an update on kick times, not for this week, but for the October 8th week. Did they put Alabama in prime time or not?
Yeah, I mean, this is when they set this week, everybody knew Bama, Texas A&M was coming. Unfortunately, A&M has not lived up to their end of the bargain, and they got to fight against State this week. It is a 7 o'clock CBS kick, though, in Tuscaloosa. The surprising thing to me is, but you continue to try to educate us on this, and we will not listen to you, Dunaway. They went Deep South's oldest rivalry at 2:30, Georgia-Auburn. Georgia in Athens will be a 4-touchdown favorite in that game. Will it be that high?
Oh, might be higher.
Higher?
Let's just say that LSU wins by 10 on Saturday. I think Georgia could be a 28 and a half spot.
But you always say that number one ranking means something to TV people.
It does to viewership around the country to start the game off, and then it dwindles down when there's no chance of the team losing.
Probably the more interesting game will be Tennessee playing LSU. That is your straight out of game day, which is a break for Tennessee. They don't have to do nighttime at Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, but Arkansas, Mississippi State.
It's also at noon on SEC Network.
Could be a really good game. I mean, imagine Arkansas upsetting Alabama, which I think's in play, and Mississippi State beating Texas A&M. All of a sudden, you got two one-loss teams in a conference in a division full of one losses playing each other. That's a big football game that could be on the SEC Network.
Yeah, on the other side, I agree with that if both of those scenarios happen. But if LSU takes care of Auburn as the favorite, you would have one-loss LSU against undefeated Tennessee. That'd be a good option.
And both unbeaten in the SEC
and
at that
both
point.
in the top 25.
Hamburger Heaven's about to bring us the Nick Saban on-campus drive-thru. We haven't talked a ton about Alabama demolishing Vandy out of the SEC 55-3 over the weekend. It was a name-your-score game for Alabama.
Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Ja'Cory Brooks looked really good catching the ball, man. Got 6 targets, 117 yards, and a couple of touchdowns there for him. And, step forward for the passing game, I thought.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things that didn't happen in the game but in pregame Dunaway is you had Tyler Harrell, JoJo Earl, and Aaron Anderson all in uniform. I believe all 3 went through the pregame warm-ups.
Yep.
So that could be a good sign for this passing game to get even better.
Yeah, not going to use them. Available if we needed them. Not going to use them until you get to Fayetteville.
Yeah.
All things started to point to Fayetteville the last couple of weeks for
right.
Alabama. Yeah.
That's right, yeah. So you wonder when those guys, if at all, you've already seen JoJo Earl, but these other 2 you haven't seen, at least in an Alabama uniform. So you wonder what they'll look like and how much they'll be used.
Can I give you a little stat?
Please.
In the first half, 29 passes, 8 runs for Alabama. Nick Saban said afterwards when asked about that, we're just taking what the defense is giving us. But that is, for a guy who has been so close to 50-50 his whole career, 29 passes to 8 runs. And Jahmyr Gibbs was not the first running back to get the runs.
No, it's McClellan. I mean, McClellan looks like, if you had to bet right now, probably going to be the leading rusher at the end of the year. I mean, Gibbs has only gotten 25 rushing attempts through 4 games now.
We're 4 games into the season now, and Jahmyr Gibbs has yet to lead Alabama in rushing, which if I'd have told you that was the case, you would have bet everything against it.
And didn't he lead him in receiving twice?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it has not been at all like I thought Jahmyr Gibbs would look for Alabama.
This week, by the way, Alabama on the road at Arkansas is a 2:30 CBS game. The Nick Saban News Conference Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. In just a second, the biggest challenge this week is protecting Bryce Young, giving him time to do what Bryce Young needs, right? That's the key to the game.
Well, their pass defense, Arkansas, is really, really bad. The only reason it's not dead last in the country anymore is because they played Texas A&M. So if you can give Bryce Young time to throw, there will be passes there. But that is the challenge for Alabama, obviously, is keeping him upright, giving him time to throw, allowing those receivers the time to run their routes and get open. Should be easier on the receiver end of that anyway against Arkansas, more so than just about anybody you're going to play this year.
I thought they did a really good job on the broadcast with Tom and Jordan and Cole to point out our buddy Connor O'Gara had talked that Jermaine Burton may not be a go-to receiver, may not be the go-to receiver. It's going to be a fleet of receivers for Alabama. Four targets, 94 yards, but they showed in the broadcast a lot of near misses where Jermaine was deep and had him beat, and Bryce just overthrew him.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and it's the numbers aren't there for Burton, not where he wants the numbers to be, but yeah, I mean, imagine if you added those. I think it was 3 over-the-top shots that would have been touchdowns.
I'll tell you who, as he continues to get confidence, is going to be a big-time difference maker at some point for Alabama is Kool-Aid McKinstry returning kicks. I think you can just see his confidence growing as he's had more and more success returning those kicks. And the more Alabama's defense can create holds, which Alabama's defense has played very, very well, the more they can force punts, the more you'll get better field position from McKinstry.
Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Here's Nick Saban with the Tide going to Fayetteville.
We had a good start in the SEC. I think we played, a little better in the last game, paid better attention to detail, had more success when we did. And when we didn't, we probably didn't have as much success, but we were very consistent for the most part in how we executed offensively, defensively, and on special teams. Still things that we need to improve on. We need to show that we can sort of build on this and show progress as a team, individually and collectively. This is a very dangerous team. We're playing in Arkansas. They have a very, very good team coming off a tough loss. So they make a lot of explosive plays. A.J. Jefferson is dual threat wise, big, strong, really good passer. They got a lot of quarterback runs, which create another gap on defense. And to go with that, they have great play action passes. They make a lot of explosive plays. Sam's done a great job there to me, and they play with toughness. They run the ball effectively, stop the run on defense. I mean, their guys play hard. We got a real culture there that shows great intangibles. Their defense is good. So this is a really, really good all-around team. And it's going to take great preparation on our part to go on the road and be able to play the way we need to play against a very good SEC team.
How would you characterize the team's offensive identity after 4 games?
I think you build an identity over a season, and we're going to continue to try to do that so that we have balance and we feature the players that we have on our team so that they have the best opportunities to be successful. I think there's been times when we've done that extremely well, and there's times that we haven't, but I really can't. We made a lot of explosive plays in the last game, which we want to continue to be able to do, to utilize the skill players that we have and run the ball effectively when we need to. So we're still, building on that identity, but I think the players are making really good progress.
After 4 games of film work, watching Drew Sanders, where have you seen him take his game at Arkansas?
Well, Drew was a good player when he was here. Unfortunate injuries, and he's certainly playing well for them. And it's good to see that he's doing a good job for them. We're happy for him and his family.
Bryce obviously had a big year for you guys last year, but where have you seen him improve the most from year 1 as a starter to now?
Well, I think the big thing is he's got a lot of new people around him. And I think that it creates tremendous value for him, as he did in the last game, when he makes it work with the players that we have now. And I think each week we've done a little bit better job of that. And I think to have continued growth in that area is important for him and for us.
Coach, what kind of role do off the field staff members like equipment, nutrition, athletic training, field crew play in the overall success of the program?
Well, you can't have success without them. I can tell you that. I think they do. That's one of the things that we have a great team here. Everybody contributes in a really positive way. training staff is tops in the country, medical staff's tops in the country. I think our players believe and trust in those people. We have great nutrition program for our players that we're constantly trying to get them to take advantage of. The equipment guys, these guys have to do more to get ready for a game than probably anybody, and it goes pretty much unnoticed by everybody except us. So I don't think you can have a great program if you don't have great people in all those support roles.
What would you say have been some of the keys to success for the run defense through the first 4 games?
Well, you got to beat blockers on the line of scrimmage, and everybody's got to do their job and fit the runs right. And so far we've done that fairly well. But the challenges in this week's game are going to be far greater than anything we faced to this point because they have a really good scheme. There are a lot of quarterback runs involved in it. So it's going to take a great week of preparation for us to be able to play the runs well in this week.
Hi, Coach. From your experience, I'm curious if there's any benefit or impact to evaluating a team on tape after a loss. Meaning, is there anything that you see after the team loses that you can kind of use as you scout the team, or how do you feel that helps at all?
Well, first of all, I don't see their team after they lost. I see the game. I see how they lost. I'm sure they're very disappointed. And I'm sure that, they'll be upset with the way that, the game ended up, the outcome of the game, whether it was the fumble where they had a chance to go in and score a touchdown that got returned 98 yards or whatever for a touchdown, which is like a 14-point swing. But I don't really control how the other team thinks or what they do. I think the key for us is to play the best that we can play and, not allow the other team to get well when they play us because of how we play. I'm sure they've got their goals and aspirations for how they want to play.
I was wondering if you and the offensive staff kind of go through at all week by week how the playbook's being kind of incrementally rolled out throughout the season and kind of how you guys manage that.
How the what filled out?
The playbook is kind of incrementally rolled out throughout the season, or kind of how you manage kind of what you have in the playbook earlier in the season.
Yeah, well, we have a playbook, and it's really a lot of plays, more plays than we could ever run in a game. And you have to pick and choose, and you try to do before the season ever starts. These are the weapons, these are the things, these are the things that we need to be able to go through the season, and the players to understand, when we play certain types of teams that do certain things, and these things are better against other teams. And then you try to change the presentation each week so that maybe the other team has a more difficult time recognizing what you're doing and what you're trying to do. But you don't take the whole playbook, nor do you sort of reinvent the wheel every week for what you want to do. Because it's what the players know and it's what they can execute. I think you tweak it from week to week. You add some things, you do some things that you haven't done in the past couple of weeks. And we do self-scout on ourselves each week, cumulative of what we've done throughout the season, so that we can see if there's some tendencies that we're creating and how we could, maybe break those in, future games and future game plans. And yes, I do meet with the offense about that. I meet with them about a game plan. I meet with them about, the openers that we have in each game, how we're going to start each game. Philosophically, how do we want to, go about attacking the other team? We thought, it's like in the last game, for example, we thought spreading Vanderbilt out and making them play in space would be an advantage for us. So that's what we did. Might not be the case against another team.
Drew Sanders just played more inside linebacker at Arkansas. Is that a role that you kind of envisioned for him here? And then what does it say about his versatility that he's able to kind of do both?
Right. Well, that was probably what we were going to do, but never worked out. It is what it is. It's good for him that he can play, both positions, and that he's doing well.
Hey, Nick, just wanted to ask you about KJ Jefferson, just his size and how tough he is if in coaching or in practice this week. Are you really focusing on wrapping up and tackling, and just how dynamic of a threat is he, both as a passer and a runner?
Well, I mentioned before what a dynamic player that he is. Big, strong guy, hard to tackle, hard to sack, hard to get on the ground. Can push the pile and run over people when he runs quarterback runs. Very physical, player. So all those things that you mentioned are certainly things that we want to emphasize this week. But you can't minimize the effectiveness of this guy as a passer. He is really, really good. He's got a strong arm. Throws the deep ball well, and they make a lot of explosive plays. Because they run the ball extremely well. They have really good play action passes, but he executes it both ways very, very well.
Two more, Mason.
Of course, Kobe Prentice is starting for, he's one of your wide receivers, but also number 17, Isaiah Bond, and 19, Kendrick Law got some time early in last game. Just what have you seen from this freshman wide receiving group that's kind of impressing you, whether in games or in practice?
Yeah, well, those guys are talented guys, and they're also smart guys. They've been able to learn the offense and make, really good incremental progress week in and week out. And we knew that those guys were good players when we recruited them, but we also knew that we needed, some of the younger players to be able to develop into roles on the team to give us the kind of depth that we need at the wide receiver position. So we've been very pleased with the way that has, sort of transpired to this point. But again, for every position on the team, how they can build on continued improvement will be a real key for us down the road.
Finish up in the back.
Early on in last week's game, Vanderbilt was having some success with some back shoulder passes. What would you say makes that pass so hard to defend?
Well, I think that, if you got a guy cut off, which means you're in good position, you probably can defend the long ball because you're in that position. So the quarterback and the receiver throwing it to the back shoulder makes it difficult for the defensive back when he's in good position to be able to turn in the guy and play that ball. And it's kind of a timing throw, but it's something that we work on quite a bit. We didn't always play it great in the game, but you got to give some credit. Their number 14 is a pretty good player too. And we didn't give them the over-the-top ball, which is probably even more important. All right, thank you.
All right, that's Nick Saban right there, the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through today, talking about the Tide's trip to Arkansas, and a lot of Drew Sanders there as well.
A lot of Drew Sanders. Our good friend Pete Flack, the great staff there since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving up Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, those great milkshakes and sandwiches made fresh to order, including that club sandwich. All their ingredients are fresh, prepared daily. Their beef, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of the 4 locations of Hamburger Heaven, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A red out for Arkansas with Alabama coming to town 2:30 on CBS. I think Rockstar told me your guy had a green out once, just making you all that cash, right?
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
She's so bad. Oh, his name's Adam Mestre, and he's probably laughing at that. Of the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Okay, let me try it again. Hey, we were debating earlier about Game of Thrones or House of Dragons, a new episode. Guy that could sell a House of Dragons, no doubt. Rockstar's guy, right?
House of
Rockstar missed that one.
Yeah. Let's see. Your neighbor's got. Are those dragons?
Are those dragons? All right. When we come back, we will talk more about Alabama's trip to Arkansas. We still have our spotlight today, which is the stock report from college football in Week 4, looking at Week 5. And we'll open up the phone lines when we come back, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Brownie, our friends at NASCAR, ready for a big weekend over at Talladega.
It is the Yellowwood 500 coming up Sunday. Sunday! Isn't that the way they used to do it back in the day, Dunaway? 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, Talladega Superspeedway.com. to get your tickets, to reserve your infield spot, your camping spot, and check out some of these great experiences they have, like the Saturday night concert, Chase Rice, Bailey Zimmerman. Your Sunday ticket gets you into that, but you could see more. Get 2-day tickets, reserve your spots, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at Champy'sChicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Before we get to the phone lines, JD standing by in Huntsville. Precision Sports brings us part of the show, including an injury update. Mac Jones, they were checking him for a maybe an ankle break, maybe a tendon problem. High ankle sprain right now could cost him some time. We'll see if the more X-rays and more treatment helps Mac Jones, who played pretty well yesterday. Played pretty well at times yesterday.
Yeah, but that pick in the back of the end zone from Marlon Humphrey, I mean, just a terrible, terrible throw where they had an opportunity to really cut into that lead. Hey, look, if you're close to or if you met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. Go to precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, JD is in Huntsville. What'd you think of the Tide this past weekend, JD? 55-3 over Vandy.
Hey, guys, before I get to that, I got to give a shout-out to a local kid up here in Huntsville, a kid named Brandon Mush from Westminster Christian. He had 2 milestones. He went over 8,000 total yards for his career. He's only a junior, and had 100 touchdowns in their 70-69 loss to Central Florence.
Oh,
he had 9 total touchdowns on the night, 7 passing and 2 rushing, and 577 total yards. They lose on the last play of the game on a Hail Mary tip ball.
Oh,
that just it went through one guy, it bounced off him, hit another player, hit off a helmet, landed right in this guy's hand.
Oh, probably should have had him back in the secondary.
What? It's funny you say that because he was back there, and the ball bounced off the guy in front of him, hit him, but he couldn't react that fast, hit his helmet, and bounced right into the guy's hands. It's just terrible.
JD, remember that score when those two high schools play each other in basketball this year? I'll take the under 70-69 final score, by the way.
Yeah, they played last year, but I don't think they play this year. But anyway, guys, about Alabama and Auburn. Man, Alabama did what they're supposed to do to Vanderbilt. Okay, everybody likes to take scores from what they did from one team and look at this and say, well, that must mean something because Vanderbilt played Wake Forest a pretty close game or for a little bit, so that must mean that Alabama's win over Vanderbilt is a big. It's nuts. They did what they're supposed to do to Vanderbilt.
No, they dominated.
So I was impressed.
Dominated them in every phase of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with it but if you were to ask Nick Saban point blank, he would say, "Well, that's what we're supposed to do."
Right.
So it's great. I'd rather do that than go out there and slop around and then come into this week thinking, "Oh my goodness," you got more confidence going into this week, which you need against a team that's hurting in Arkansas, and this is going to be a tough one. I'm surprised no one asked him about, Coach, what are you going to do different this week going on the road that you didn't do before so your team will play better? Because let's just face it, you got a bad record on the road right now by how you guys play. So what are you going to do different, Coach? Because you better do something or you're going to lose.
Do you? I mean, I was trying to sell it to these two guys early on. Do you think this is a losable game for Alabama this weekend?
Absolutely, it's losable because if you don't hit them hard right out the chute and get up on them and then make them have to go totally through the air, if they can still run the ball, man, it's just going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Now, granted, they don't have as good a secondary. Our receivers are stepping up. You should get Harrell back. JoJo Earl should be back. So you have a lot of weapons to use. But, man, you don't want this thing going late in the fourth quarter. I'm telling you, not at all. But, guys, I got to talk about Auburn, man. How many times does this happen at Jordan-Hare, man? There's something going on there. I mean, you just look at all the different situations. I was trying to think about it. You remember, I think it was last year, the game they played Kentucky where the guy scores the touchdown at the end, but there was no camera angle that could actually see him with the ball in the end zone. So they said, nope, he didn't score. And then the next play, they don't. I'm like, just crazy stuff always happening at Auburn. What is it? Why does that always happen?
I don't know.
I've never seen it at any other stadium in college football.
Well, for one reason, they're in a lot of close games.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, all those things happen in close games.
Yeah, sometimes exceeding expectations of being a close game.
Yep, there's no doubt about that.
But sometimes you get a break to miss a 26-yard field goal in regulation. This is all within a like 15-minute period of real time. To miss that field goal, to have Auburn miss a field goal, but you jump off sides, and then to fumble into the end zone going in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an impossible trifecta.
I mean, Pittsburgh, the Steelers, it seems like crazy things have always happened in that city at different stadiums now, but, windy kicks and funny bounces and things like that.
The
But,
immaculate reception.
You just don't think of one venue that always has crazy plays that are just iconic plays. They become iconic plays. Now, Saturday, none of those plays will become iconic, right?
Not out of that game.
Yeah, they will not be running on the Jordan Hare Stadium screen, 10 years later, 20 years from now. It's just crazy. Voodoo, says Goose over there. The voodoo is better, constantly better than the coaching, says Goose.
Could Jimmy Hoffa actually be buried?
Maybe so.
Below Jordan Hare?
From Jersey. I mean, who would have ever thought Auburn, Alabama?
Yeah, and look, and his spirit haunts those, whatever side they're playing.
That's right. It's the gambling influence.
He makes sure that they can't cover.
Let's do our Baumhauer Spotlight Stock Report every day, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. First, the Open, and then LT is going to tell you about something special with our friends at Baumhauer's now.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years here in the state of Alabama. Just incredible food, hospitality. He was the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. And we are starting a promotion tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's the Bunch for Lunch winners. So each week you'll be able to pick which one of us is going to get the upset alert. Right now, just jump on Brown's bandwagon. You should be fine.
It.
I'm coming off a nice win with the Kansas State Wildcats.
Another loser for me. Another loser for me.
But each week, we will draw somebody, and 6 people will actually get the free Bunch for Lunch. So 6 people from your office, you get that free lunch from Baumhauer's. And then everybody that actually wins the weekly prize will be put into a pot for the grand prize winner, which will get the Iron Bowl, the ultimate Iron Bowl tailgate experience. They'll receive 2 tickets to the Iron Bowl and 2 passes to the Crimson Tide Sports Marketing Crimson Village Dinner.
All right, Brownie, start us off with stock up and stock down, the college football stock report.
My stock up, play in the Big 12. This is going to be a fun conference that goes down to the very end. You've already got Oklahoma tagged with a loss, Texas tagged with a loss. Your leaders in the Big 12 after one game are Kansas, Kansas State, Baylor, and Texas Tech. That's your 1-0s, just like we drew it up, right? That will be, to me, the most entertaining conference in college football. My stock down, the Clemson defense. You can't look past the fact that they gave up 447 yards, 337 through the air, 6 pass touchdowns to the very handsome and debonair Sam Hartman. Clemson's defense stock down for me.
All right. For me, you got yours already, LT?
Yeah,
Give me yours. Go ahead,
I'm
man.
going to go Adrian Martinez, stock up. Nobody had any confidence in the kid. And look, he's been really, really inconsistent. Played his best career game under the lights, prime time against Oklahoma, a top 5 team, 21 of 34, 234 passing yards, clean football, had the touchdown pass, also 21 carries, 148 yards, 4 touchdowns on the ground, 5 total touchdowns, no turnovers. In the upset win is double-digit dogs, and I agree with Brown. The Clemson defense, they knew what was coming, and Sam Hartman threw all over them.
My stock report brought to you by Baumhauer's today. Let's give him credit, man. Bo Nix, 428 yards.
One thing you never do is give him credit.
Well, I'm just telling you, the kid, the last 2 weeks, BYU, good football team. He had, 5 touchdowns in that game?
He did.
This week, 428 yards on the road in Pullman. If you're watching that game, great atmosphere. We saw some great underrated atmospheres this week in Corvallis, in Pullman, other places around college football.
Corvallis only had half a stadium,
but it was still a good atmosphere. Still a great atmosphere. Pullman was insane. Right when Tim Brando said it was insanity. The AP voters should be ashamed that Washington State's not a top 25 team, as they took a 2-score lead. Then Bo came back and put it in Brando's mouth with a you know what I'm saying. Put it in his
I didn't see
eye.
that part of the game.
They just came back and stuck it to them. 428 yards. Stock down. The Gamecock offense at South Carolina. 2 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, Spencer Rattler. They can't protect him. And who were they playing last week? Nobody fantastic. They got South Carolina State this week, and then the losses are going to start to stack up for South Carolina.
Yeah, they played Charlotte, and your boy Will Healy is in trouble.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be really good, Lance. I was incorrect about that one.
Yeah, so South Carolina is going to be in trouble down the road if they don't get some protection for Spencer Rattler. Those are your stock reports today, brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's. LT, one more time.
Again, celebrating 40 years right here in the state, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings, Tuscaloosa, back in 1981. And we are starting a great promotion with our friends at Baumhauer's tomorrow, the Bunch for Lunch winners. Each week, someone will compete with us on the Upset Alert, and you'll have the opportunity to win lunch for you and 5 others. Then you will be in a drawing for the Ultimate Iron Bowl Tailgate Experience winner. You will get 2 tickets to the Iron Bowl and 2 passes to the Crimson Tide Sports Marketing Crimson Village Dinner.
All right. When we come back, we've got 4 downs today and a lot more already on the show today. John Samuel Shenker, who has been with us, he talked to us about Auburn's offense and where it goes from here. You can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Remember, hit the thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube. The shows are there forever if you want to go back and watch them. Joel Klatt with us earlier, and he says, when Auburn makes a change, he thinks Deion Sanders will be the next coach at Auburn, or should be. He explains that in the Klatt interview today. You can go back and get that audio version at nextroundlive.com and on YouTube for the video version right there. Forrest will be sending that out from @NextRoundLive on Twitter if he hasn't already sent it out, which he's already sent it out there. So no need to wait for that. It's there instantly. So many employees up here, you don't have to wait for anything anymore. It's always happening. The show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing right there on Highway 119 and 31 in Pelham. If you are looking for a different way to get in shape right now, got tired of the gym, got tired of lifting weights, you get tired of the elliptical or right there on the treadmill, do this. Get inside the gym there at Champions Boxing and learn how to use the sport of boxing to reach your fitness and competition goals. 205-358-8176. 205-358-8176. Brown, is this a fight club?
Jim, I am told it is not.
Not a fight club, but from ages 7 and up, you can go train with 6 USA Boxing certified trainers. Classes specifically for women, too. Check them out on Facebook and all their social media platforms at Champions Boxing AL, Champion Boxing AL, 205-358-8176, or just stop by Highway 119, Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Rockstar, what were you doing the last week of June?
What was I doing the last week of June?
Yeah.
Probably with the baby. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a long time ago for any of us. That's the last time Lance has had a losing week at lanceslock.com. The lock will go out a little bit later on. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Winner on Saturday, winner on Sunday as well. You can get all the plays free thanks to our friends at Hemphill. Just go to @TheLanceTaylor. He sends out one free one every day. All the plays at lanceslock.com. But you go to @TheLanceTaylor to get that free play that is provided daily here on the show, thanks to our friends at Hemphill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill there. Before we get to 4 down, Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 8. They got a little problem over at Ole Miss, at least the way Lane sees it. Lane not happy with crowd showing up for games sometimes, staying at games sometimes. Not happy with the student section, filling up the student section, staying at games.
Where did he learn this?
Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, wait, you'll get it is what it is. Problem is, they had to fight like you know what to beat Tulsa this past weekend. Here's Lane Kiffin. He gets asked about the fan. Wait, I'll warn you in advance. You may need subtitles to understand the question.
Oh, is this a good Rockstar invitation coming up?
You're going to love this one, Rockstar.
Right.
Coach, obviously you made it a issue this week about getting the fans out there. Talk about how well you were excited about the fans out there today.
But just stop it right there for a second. I mean, how do you spell fans that way?
Well, let me ask you guys this. I told you I hadn't watched SNL in forever, but I remember a skit, It's Pat, back in the day.
Yeah, Julia Sweeney.
Yeah.
No, wait. Well, tell me. I mean,
that and Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
No, but I'm not saying it sounds like Julia Sweeney. Just tell me, is it a guy or a girl asking the question?
They never. Oh, that's a
It's a guy, 100%.
Are you
Oh,
sure?
y'all just went
That's
went
female.
opposite.
No, go play it again. Don't wait, listen.
Coach, obviously you made it a issue this week about getting the fans out there. Talk about how well you were excited about the fans out there today.
Were you at the game?
Yes.
Okay. I must have been at a different one. So, you know, is what it is. You know, I didn't think looking around, it was very full, and obviously at half, but, you know, the students left too. So, you know, when you don't score in the second half of the game, I'm not really up here to, you know, try to motivate the fans. But I got to do a better job motivating our players, and we do that and keep this longest win string since 1947 or something. Kyle told me at home, keep that going, then maybe we'll be here next week.
Wow.
Longest win streak at home since the 1940s, and having problems getting fan interested staying at the game. You get fat and happy pretty quickly.
So would you bet hard money that was a dude?
100% I would. Let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations and a 5th one coming soon to Pell City.
Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More confidence in which undefeated team, Florida State or the Miami Dolphins?
The Miami Dolphins. I'll answer this one
Thank
first.
you, Jim.
I mean, Florida State is it was a nice win over LSU. They continue to get wins. Jordan Travis is playing better, but the Dolphins, arguably, they just beat the best team in the AFC, and they didn't. It wasn't a fluke. They beat them with great defense, and they've got playmakers, 2 of the best playmakers in the game, and Tua throws a good ball, man. When he's healthy, I'd go Dolphins. More faith in the Dolphins. I do Florida State.
I'm not. I'm nervous about this Thursday night spot because of how physical and draining that game was. Now you got short week travel,
and it's the NFL. There's so little separation between
there's no
teams.
doubt. However, look past the Bengals game. What the Dolphins have after that, the schedule softens a lot. I honestly think this Dolphins team could be like a 8-2 type team to start the year. So I'll go the Dolphins.
Yeah. Okay. So the best team in the NFL is still the Bills. It was a great win yesterday. But Florida State, watching them Saturday night, we actually laid the 17.5, 18, wherever you were shopping that. And I know it was Boston College, but they look better each and every week. And you go back to week 1 against LSU, that looks like a really good win now.
Yeah.
Over an LSU team that's only lost 1 game and is getting better as well. So
where are you putting your money this weekend? Sam Hartman and Wake or Jordan Travis and Florida State?
I'm going to play probably Florida State.
You're going to play Florida
I
State?
think Hartman's a better quarterback, but I think the better overall team, and especially after that hard-fought win from Wake, back-to-back weeks against Liberty, back-and-forth game, same thing against Clemson.
What's the point spread? Do we know that one yet? We'll get an early state bet here. Well, I'll take Wake on the road at Florida State, whatever the points is.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll look at scores and odds afterward, whatever it is.
Yeah,
I'll take Wake.
I think Florida State's 6.5, but
so getting 6.5.
I think so
at home. Wow,
we'll check it in a sec.
Yeah.
Second down.
I've got right here Florida State -4 hosting Wake, giving 4 to Wake.
And we'll check it.
Okay, we'll check afterwards.
Shaky or 4-0 right now, Tennessee or Clemson?
That's a really good question. You know, Clemson's got some defense questions.
If they played each other right now, who would you take? Neutral
I would
site.
take Clemson. Yeah, that's just betting brand right there, though, man. Because the thing about Tennessee is we know their weakness, but their strength has been at least consistent.
Yeah, I would feel good about taking Clemson, actually.
Yeah, I think I would too. So I would say, I guess, shakier is Tennessee. That defense is going to catch up with Tennessee. And we don't know if it's a trend with Clemson or if that was one bad game against Wake. But the problem is they've been shaky at times offensively, and they finally played a great offensive game, and their defense didn't show up.
Yeah, see, I wonder.
But they're good enough to win it, obviously.
I mean, I feel like I know Tennessee's going to put up 35 on anybody.
Yeah, but they're not going to stop anybody that's good.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And I don't know who's going to show up for Clemson each week offensively. Clemson, who do they get this week? They got a big game.
That'd be NC State, Jimmy D.
They may not survive the weekend.
That's at home. It's in Death Valley.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe. NC State might ultimately be the better overall team, but for NC State to beat them back-to-back years seems far-fetched.
But back in the summer, you were high on this NC State team. Not the same right now?
No, that's what I said. I believe this NC State team's going to win every game except Clemson.
Okay.
But the ACC does look a lot better.
Third down.
Better chance of happening. Auburn gets bowl eligible, or Bo Nix is a Heisman finalist.
Better chance Auburn gets bowl eligible. Neither's going to happen.
I mean, you don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way. I mean, if he keeps throwing up wins and 400 yards passing.
I think I'd go Bo Nix. I don't think Auburn doesn't have 3 wins in them.
Oh, I don't. 3 more, you mean? Yeah, I agree completely.
I don't think so either.
I don't think Bo Nix has a Heisman finalist in him either.
No, but I'm almost positive Auburn doesn't have 3 wins in them. I really don't know if Bo Nix continues to play like he did the last couple of weeks.
Neither, but I'll stick with Bo.
Yeah, I would go Bo Nix now as a Heisman finalist over Auburn getting bowl eligible.
Fourth down.
Celebrity birthday, Serena Williams, 41. Ultimately better career, Serena Williams or Aaron Rodgers, the greaseball.
Well, I'll go Serena Williams. She's considered the best to have ever done it. Yeah.
I mean, I will.
And Aaron's really good, but he's not considered the best that's ever done it.
Yeah, I think if Aaron would have won 2 more Super Bowls.
Yeah, maybe so. But Serena's got the hardware, and she's considered almost 100% as the best female tennis player of all time.
Yeah. And she gets into discussion when you drop genders. It's just one of the better tennis players of all time. Yeah, absolutely. Serena Williams on that one. And by the way, worst day of birthdays in the history of me ever looking at that.
It was pretty bad. I saw where Johnny Appleseed, it's his birthday.
How about that?
How about the PR campaign for Johnny Appleseed? I think he died in like 1840 something. And for him, people to still talk about him.
I forgot what he did. What did Johnny Appleseed do?
Created the apple, right?
He ran around spreading apple seeds.
Yeah. Hey, Johnny.
But the best was the picture of Johnny Appleseed today. Did you see it?
The worst hat I'd ever seen in my life.
But it was it was a cartoon drawing.
Yeah, well, they didn't have pictures.
Well, I don't think he's a real person.
He is.
No, he's a cartoon character.
No, he's a real person.
Johnny Appleseed's not a real person.
John Chapman, 1774 to 1845.
What a life.
Yeah.
Florida State -7, by the way.
Wow, that's a funny line. I picked the wrong side of that one. That's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Sam Hartman not playing again?
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, our final thought today on what we learned on the show here, including from Joel Klatt, what he said earlier. That and our final thoughts straight ahead.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. With the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
I got a couple of stake wins over the weekend. 1-2, lost 1, so went one back in my direction. Stake Bets always brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, great place to stop by. You can it's a one-stop shop for the entire dinner. Treat the family, stop and see Jim and the incredible staff there at New York Butcher. The New York Butcher Shop has the finest and certified Angus beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family. And don't forget, they've got a great selection of wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Friends just moved to Memphis. I turned them on to the best sandwich in town right there. They wanted the big stack sandwich. I said, New York Butcher Shop, that's where you go. Okay, you got 30 seconds for each one of these topics. First, Joel Klatt's comments about the Auburn job in the future. Your biggest takeaway from that, Brown?
Well, I mean, he says Coach Prime. I just don't think there's any way the power brokers at Auburn would hire Coach Prime.
Yeah, but he will go somewhere soon.
He will, yeah.
For you, Dallas and the Giants tonight. Don't give me a player of that. What are we looking for the Giants to win the game tonight? Is it Saquon? Is it the receiver stepping up? What is it?
Well, the offensive line's got to hold up. I mean, Daniel Jones, a mobile quarterback, I mean, going against Micah Parsons is unblockable right now. But I do think week 1 Saquon, if the Giants are going to have any success and be a playoff threat, he's got to be more week 1 than he was week 2.
More points tonight, Dallas and Giants, or Braves and Nationals?
Dallas.
Would have been a funny.
I knew I should have given out the over on this game.
Not a lot of scoring tonight, in my opinion. Braves at the White House today, and then they're playing the Nationals tonight. We're back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.